Good morning and welcome to another edition of Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Naji, and it's so nice knowing that you're joining us again today, where we keep you up to speed with everything finance, money, markets, investments, information, and every other thing in between. You know, for many Nigerians right now, the economy no longer feels like something you read about in reports or hear from policymakers in Abuja. It's personal. It's the price of rice that changes again before the weekends. It's transport fares that keep climbing. It's the small business owner who can't plan beyond 2 weeks because of cost uncertainties. Are signs of economic stabilization bringing relief? Or are we simply learning to live with strain? April inflation figures are again, of course, under the spotlight. The Monetary Policy Committee meeting begins its May meeting today, and decisions expected tomorrow, with many expecting to see what the MPC will do. The MPC cuts interest rates in February to 26.5%, and yet, even with relative exchange rates calm and improved reserves, the pressure on households has not eased enough. Then there's the debt conversation. Government continues to borrow to fund growth, they say, infrastructure and deficit, but many Nigerians are still grappling with when does economic sacrifice start translating into real relief. So this morning, I'll be breaking it all down again with one of the country's most respected economic minds, Professor Adeola Adenikinju, immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society and a former member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria, as we assess Nigeria's current economic direction, the policy signals coming from the MPC, and whether this economy is genuinely stabilizing or perhaps we're just even managing uncertainty better. And yes, if you're joining us on television this morning, don't forget, you can continue the conversation with us online. All you need to do is to subscribe to Moneyline with Nancy TV on YouTube, follow us across all our social media platforms, and let us know how you are feeling. Are you feeling any improvement in your daily economic reality? So send us a message. You can also send us a message on our WhatsApp number. Now, before we get into that conversation, let's first bring you up to speed with the latest news. We'll begin by telling you that the federal government has signed contracts worth over 690 billion naira for the construction and rehabilitation of major roads across the south, west and northwest. The projects covering Kaduna, Oyo, Ogun, and Osun states will be built using continuously reinforced concrete pavement technology designed to last for decades. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, says the projects are part of Tinubu's administration's push to modernize Nigeria's transport infrastructure, improve connectivity, and drive economic growth. Nigeria has recorded about $112 billion in foreign exchange inflows within a 12-month period, signaling a major rebound in investors' confidence. A report by the Financial Market Dealers Association shows that most of the inflows came from autonomous sources, like diaspora remittances, portfolio investment, export, and private capital. This marks a shift away from heavy reliance on central bank intervention, with autonomous inflows accounting for nearly 65% of the total. The development comes after years of dollar shortages, exchange rate distortions, and a backlog of unpaid FX obligations weighing on the economy. Diaspora remittances into Nigeria remained stable at $21.8 billion last year, despite global economic pressures, stricter immigration policies, and high transfer costs. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed inflows were almost unchanged from $21.81 billion recorded in 2024, with remittances rising steadily across all 4 quarters of 2025. Meanwhile, the World Bank said sub-Saharan Africa remains the most expensive region for money transfers, with average remittance cost standing at 8.46%, well above the global average. The federal government has unveiled plans to expand Nigeria's port infrastructure with the approval of additional deep-sea ports across the country. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, said the move is aimed at positioning Nigeria as the leading trade and logistics hub in West and Central Africa. He added that government is also modernizing existing ports through digital transformation, channel deepening, and improved operational efficiency to reduce delays, attract larger vessels, and support future trade growth. Debt Management Office is testing investors' appetite with a 600 billion naira bond auction as borrowing costs show signs of easing. The federal government is reopening 2 long-term bonds due in 2025 and 2037 with coupon rates of up to 22.65%. The move is aimed at deepening market liquidity while attracting pension funds, banks, and other institutional investors looking for strong returns. The auction closes today with a settlement expected on May 20th. The federal government says Nigerian taxpayers can now resolve tax-related disputes free of charge through the newly launched Office of the Tax Ombuds digital platform. Speaking at the unveiling in Abuja, the Finance Minister, Taiwo Oyedele, said the initiative would make tax dispute resolution more accessible, transparent, and fair for individuals and businesses across the country. He added that the reforms are part of government efforts to build trust in the tax system, protect taxpayer rights, and encourage voluntary compliance through a more accountable process. The Nigerian Ports Authority says 9 vessels have arrived at Lekki, Tinkan Island, and Apapa ports in Lagos, carrying petroleum products and fertilizer. The ships are currently awaiting clearance to discharge items including petrol, diesel, aviation fuel, and other bulk commodities. According to the NPA, more than 35 additional vessels are expected within the next few days, carrying crude oil, wheat, sugar, fish, bitumen, and other essential goods. Authorities say the increased vessel traffic is expected to boost port activity and improve the supply of fuel and oil and key commodities across the country. The development reflects growing commercial operations at Nigeria's major sea ports. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the price of aviation fuel, also known as Jet A1, from 1,750 naira to 1,650 naira per litre, and a move aimed at easing cost pressures on airlines. The refinery also introduced a 30-day interest-free credit facility for marketers and airline operators, while shifting to a naira-based pricing model. The development comes as domestic carriers continue to struggle with high operating costs and reduced flight frequencies caused by soaring fuel prices. As technology reshapes education in Nigeria, learning is no longer limited to the classroom. E-learning has become more popular through virtual classes and online platforms. But do many Nigerians prefer traditional classroom learning? In this report, we examine the strengths and the challenges of both learning methods.
And today, learning is no longer limited to the 4 walls of a classroom. From mobile phones to laptops, students now have access to education anytime, anywhere. E-learning in Nigeria started gaining grounds in early 2000s with institutions like the National Open University of Nigeria, when internet access was below 1% and limited to a few users. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 later accelerated its adoption, pushing schools to use platforms like Zoom and Google Classroom. Today, according to the Nigerian Communication Commission, broadband penetration has exceeded 50% with over 150 million subscriptions as of early 2026, showing major growth from the early days. This rapid growth in internet access has increased the adoption of e-learning, allowing students to attend virtual classes, access material online, and learn at their own pace. However, despite this progress, challenges remain. Many Nigerians still face poor network connectivity, unstable electricity, and the high cost of mobile data. These are the barriers that limit effective online learning, especially in rural areas. While classroom learning remains the backbone of Nigeria's education system, it provides direct interaction between teachers and students, encouraging better understanding and discipline. Yet, the system also faces serious challenges such as overcrowded classrooms, shortage of teachers, and inadequate learning facilities continue to affect many schools across the country. One of the respondents said, e-learning allowed flexibility and learning at one's pace, but also pointed out that poor internet connection and high data costs often disrupt learning experience.
Yeah, because of the age we are in now, e-learning is better. It's easier to get more resources via e-learning than our regular classroom learning. I believe the classroom learning is a bit limited for this day and age. I think e-learning has improved the quality of education because I can be in Nigeria and get an MIT free resource for learning. I can be in Nigeria and learn the same results my counterpart in the US or other parts of the world are learning. So I believe e-learning has improved impact in Nigeria. A lot of youth these days, or the Gen Z that have found success in life, most times it was through YouTube University and other e-learning platforms. I prefer e-learning. I've already given the why, as in it makes resources easier to get across to, it makes learning seamless and self-paced. So you're the one to now discipline yourself, because a lot of people always argue that there's no discipline with e-learning. But I believe if you know what you want, you get it. So the limitations for e-learning right now is the fact that power supply and data connectivity in Nigeria is an issue.
However, others said they prefer classroom learning, stating that it helped them understand lessons better through direct interaction with teachers and also keep students more focused and disciplined. They added that e-learning is good, but sometimes students who go through this process are unable to do certain tasks themselves due to overdependence on ChatGPT.
To me, I support classroom learning. Not, well, maybe let me say because I went to school when there were no e-learning of a thing. So, but even aside that, considering our society now, the impact of e-learning is more damaging the intellectual capacity of the students. In what sense, or what do I mean by this? This e-learning of a thing is why we have high usage of this ChatGPT, and I'm not saying ChatGPT is bad, but now we see it that a lot of students now replacing their own ideas capacity with ChatGPT. They can't not even do anything without ChatGPT.
I think e-learning is better from what I can see, but I would say yes on one hand. On the other hand, I would say classroom learning, because we find out that for classroom learning, what I think is there are restrictions to what you can do and what you cannot do. Now, what do I mean? If you're in a classroom, you're sure to pay attention to the teacher. You're sure to probably call it what they call expo. All these things cannot really happen in a classroom learning. But when you're working when you're doing an exam, for instance, from home, nobody's watching you. You can just go on and do whatever you want to do, scrap an answer from somewhere, and before you know what you're doing, you're bringing, and at the end of the day, you find out that there is no depth in what you learn sometimes from the internet compared to what you learn from the school, because I think I would say there is an advantage for e-learning and there's a disadvantage for e-learning. There's also an advantage for classroom learning and also a disadvantage for classroom learning as well.
E-learning in Nigeria has moved from a very limited system in the early 2000s, when internet access was rare and expensive, to a more widely accepted form of education today, driven by improved broadband access and digital tools. While classroom learning continues to play a vital role in structure, discipline, and direct interaction, e-learning has expanded opportunities for flexible and remote education. However, the gap between urban and rural access still highlights the need for better infrastructure, affordable data, and stable electricity. Moving forward, the Nigerian education system must not just choose between both models, but rather strengthen them together to build a more inclusive, modern, and resilient learning system for every student.
All right, let's quickly take the markets now as we'll take a look at how the markets shaping up today and how they closed yesterday. Let me start with the money markets, where liquidity conditions was relatively comfortable, but you can see signs that cash in the system is slowly tightening. On Monday, we saw the open back holding steady at about 22% ahead of MPC decisions tomorrow. The overnight rate is slightly to 22.14%. Now to the average viewer, to you listening to me, this may sound like just banking numbers, but they matter. What it tells us is how expensive short-term money is for banks, and that eventually affects lending costs for businesses and consumers. So I hope you now understand what I'm saying. System liquidity also declined negatively, with bank balances dropping from about 5.88 trillion naira to 3.56 trillion naira. So yes, there is still cash in the system, but less of it than we saw previously. Let's take a look at the fixed income market, where investors continued to show strong appetite for safe government securities. Average OMO yields closed low at about 20.84%, while Treasury bills yields also eased to 17.49%. That buying sentiment suggests that many investors still prefer safety over risk, particularly ahead of tomorrow's MPC's decisions. However, in the bond market, we saw some kind of selling pressure on longer dated papers like the April 2049 and April 2032 instrument. And that is the market quietly saying that investors are still worried about long-term inflation, government borrowing, and fiscal pressures. Now to the Naira. I saw the Naira earlier on here. The official window closed weaker at 1,373 Naira, 70 kobo to the dollar. That's it. So 1,373 Naira, 70 kobo to $1. It's a marginal depreciation that we saw on Monday, but the bigger story is that the exchange rate has remained so far stable compared to the extreme volatility we saw months ago. And there is some kind of support coming from external reserves, which rose slightly to about $48.5 billion. And that improvement gives the central bank some kind of firepower to defend the market if necessary. Now, let's move to the Nigerian exchange. It started the week on Monday in the red. The all-share index fell by 5 basis points, yes, 0.5%, driven by profit-taking in major stocks like Seplat, WAPCO, as well as Dangote Sugar. But here is the interesting part. The year-to-date of this market is still above 60%. So with this recent pullbacks, equities have remained one of the strongest hedges against inflation for investors. 60% the market has done just about 5 months into the new year. All right, trading activity, however, slowed noticeably. We saw total volume traded falling by over 26%, value traded declined more than 16%, and that suggests some investors may be taking more cautious position ahead of key policy decisions tomorrow. Banking stocks were the bright spot of the session, with the NGX banking index gaining about 17 basis points. We saw consumer goods, insurance, industrials, as well as oil and gas stocks all closing lower. Our top gainers for Monday included UPL and Wando, as well as Deep Capital, while IMG was among the top losers, including NCR. All right, let's go over to other parts of Africa, and most importantly, Kenya. I did take you through what is happening in Kenya yesterday, the fuel price hike in Kenya, and there is a there is a strike, but we're seeing that the strike in Kenya, transport strike over high fuel prices, is still continuing, and that story resonates even here in Nigeria, where energy costs continue to feed into transportation, food prices, and overall inflation. So that's it. Kenya transport strike enters second day. So globally, investors are also watching geopolitics very closely. In the United States, don't forget that President Trump visited China last week, but stock futures moving lower after a tech-led sell-off in early trade, even as the Dow managed to post gains. All prices still remaining elevated despite some easing as markets react to Middle East tensions and President Donald Trump's decision to postpone a planned attack on Iran. So you can see red numbers coming in for the markets, talking about the U.S. stock futures this morning. If we take a look at Brent crude, have I told you about Brent crude? It's still trading above $109 per barrel, which is important for Nigeria because higher oil prices can boost government revenue and FX inflows, but they also increase global inflation risk. So you're seeing here Brent crude at around $110, 26 cents a barrel, down 1.64%. Intraday numbers this morning just before I came into the studio. Now let's take a look at the other region, which is Asia. Japan's economy grew stronger than expected in the first quarter, we're being told by officials in Japan, while attention is now shifting to Putin-Xi summit in Beijing. Trump just visited China. Vladimir Putin will be visiting China today and tomorrow, I think 19th and 20th, yeah, where energy, trade, and global power balance will dominate discussions. What's happening? You see, the geopolitics, the global politics is just becoming interesting in the last few weeks. And finally, gold continued to attract safe haven demand as investors weigh inflation fears, higher bond yields, and the wider impact of global conflicts. So whether you're an investor, whether you're a business owner, or simply a Nigerian trying to stretch your income through the month, these market movements are no longer a distant financial headline. They are increasingly connected to the cost of living, job creation, business confidence, and the overall direction of the economy. And that is what I'll be discussing just after the break. So these are the markets for you today, at least at this moment, because the market is alive, it's not static. It has oxygen, it breathes in and out. And on this program, I try as much as possible to take you through the numbers. Not just taking you through the numbers, explaining everything to you in toto, as they say. You know, basic. Just explaining it to you so that you understand and not just take a look at these headline numbers or what's she saying again, what does this mean? But I've explained what this means. For example, gold, $4,538 an ounce. That means that even the gold jewelry that you wear, whether you're a man or a woman, is expensive. What you used to buy gold before, you don't buy that price again. That's just what it means. All right, we'll be right back after the break, as I'll be taking you through our conversation. Professor Adeola Adenikinju will be joining me after this break. To join us again.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy. now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
My question is, inflation for April came in at 15.69%, according to the NBS. At what point should we stop calling inflation, this double-digit inflation that we've been seeing, as sticky, more like it being a more structural price instability problem exacerbated by global tensions?
I mean, interesting question. Kind of complicated, but I'll try to unpack it. So yes, you're very correct. Inflation came out at 15.7%, which is a slight increase from where we had it the prior month. At what point do we start to call or describe that metric as it not being sticky? I mean, it gets to a point where the lower the better, really, and there's really that balance in terms of inflation. So you don't look at inflation as a standalone metric. You need to look at it vis-a-vis a couple more variables or economic variables that affect the lives of Nigerians. Interest rates is one of those metrics.
The immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society joins me right now, Professor Adeola Adenikinju. Prof, good morning to you, sir, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Nancy. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Prof, let's start from, if you step back a bit from the daily data headlines, what is the clearest signal to you as to assessing Nigeria's current economic direction?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nancy. It's a tale of two cities, a tale of two worlds. Okay. If you look at the macroeconomic variables, looking at GDP growth rate, you're looking at the trend in inflation, you're looking at the trend in the exchange rate, you're looking at what is happening to government revenue. The tendency is to conclude that Nigeria is doing well, okay? And, if a typical investor would take a lot of factors or variables that are out there and say, oh, this economy is improving, it's doing well, stabilizing, you can use the word. The exchange rate is more stable. Inflation at some point was coming down until it gets to this level, But that's a world. Okay, another world is where the lived reality of Nigerians. Okay, what are they experiencing? Okay, is at this economic, post-macroeconomic outcome, is it also dovetailing? Is it impacting on the life of the average Nigerian? Now, the reality is that it is not, because of issues around affordability. Nigerians are going through a lot, as you mentioned earlier on, look at transportation costs, energy costs, food prices, So the life of the average Nigerian is a little bit more difficult than it was. It's a tale of two worlds. That is what we are living in now.
Okay, Prof, if we take a look at the President Tinubu's administration, do you see a sense of coherence in terms of economic or macroeconomic modeling? Let me put it that way. Or do you think that they are purely reactive? The policies so far are mostly reactive?
Yeah, I think they just follow the orthodoxy. Okay, the authority says to remove distortions, allow market to to drive your economic process. Um, reduce distortions as much as possible. And so in terms of the books, they are keeping to the books. Okay, but what is missing, in my view, is that there's so hard work that is being done in terms of looking at the impact of policies. Okay, what are the direct and indirect effects of these policies? Before they are enacted, before they are implemented, and therefore being able to make adjustments. In terms of how do you mitigate the negative effect of those policies. I don't see much of that. So we've basically walked through the orthodoxy, without really, doing the hard work that is necessary to consider the impact of these policies on welfare, on various sectors of the economy, and then also being able to design, compensatory mechanisms to mitigate, some negative outcomes that may arise. So in my view, that is what is happening. And you can see that also because, which is what I've argued before, that we need an economic, the government needs an economic intelligence team, an economic team, okay? Where they are able to actually do, analysis of policies, as to the effect of those policies, who are the winners of the policies, who are the losers, and how do you, take care of those who are going to lose in those, from those policies. So that's why I say it's a tale of two cities. You look at some of the indicators, you say, hey, this government is doing well, but, in terms of the life of average Nigerian, the lived experiences of most people, and the long-term impact in terms of the industrialization, okay, the restructuring of the economy, then there are some challenges that I see.
What concerns you more at this stage of the economy? Is it the inflation persistence? Is it a weak, perhaps, consumer purchasing power? Is it even weak productive growth? Is it that macroeconomic indicators that tell us is doing well, is stabilizing, but we are not seeing it cascade down to grassroots? Is it poverty? 100 million plus people are poor in Nigeria. Perhaps 160 or 140 million Nigerians are extremely poor. So what concerns you now at this stage of our economy?
Yeah, what concerns me more is that, like I said, is that we are one-sided. The government seems, they are not even communicating well. I mean, which is another major issue that I see. The complication in terms of, these policies that are in place, the impact of those policies, and what they are doing in terms of, where we are going and what they are doing in terms of how to mitigate the negative effect. So what concerns me more is that the average Nigerians are finding it extremely difficult to survive. Okay? I was doing a talk somewhere yesterday to a group of students, they call themselves next policy makers, next generation policy makers. And I was telling them that, look, you see, policies should not just be taken on the basis of, macroeconomic, indicators. The yardstick for measuring success or the work of a policy is the life of the average Nigerian. Okay, I did a quick calculation yesterday. Okay, what is the welfare loss to Nigeria, to an average Nigerian, a low-income earner, between 2023 and now, using the price of oil as an indicator? So in economics, we talk about the compensatory mechanism, okay? And you'll find out that what you need to take Nigeria, the average Nigeria, to where it was in 2023, on the basis of, using energy indicator, is that you need to pay that Nigerian average of 180,000 naira per month. That was what is 33,000 naira the amount of energy, the amount of energy that it could consume in 2023 compared to what they can consume now. So to compensate for Nigeria's loss of welfare, instead of paying 70,000 naira per month, what you need to pay that average Nigeria is 180,000 naira loss. So you can see the gap between where we are and where we were in 1983. So what concerns me more is that the fruit of the the reforms are not trickling down to the average Nigerian. Okay? And government is not doing much to address that.
Prof, let me come in here because don't you think we run the risk of not describing it well? Because if we say, the fruits of what the reforms, what are reforms supposed to do? They are supposed to perhaps recalibrate the system, and after the recalibration, things will begin to be okay. For example, we were told, let's remove subsidy. I'm sure you also supported removal of subsidy even during the Jonathan days, because a lot of you that are economists sold that to us. That we'll remove the subsidy, The 3 presidential candidates, or at least the major ones in 2023, did tell us, okay, we're going to remove the subsidy. And that, things will get better. Things will get better. We will use the money to do this. We will use the money to do that. Now, Nigerians are living worse off. Now, more Nigerians have been plunged into poverty. So would you say that the reforms have worked?
Nancy, my colleagues will know, anybody who knows me will tell you that I'm a firm believer in the removal of subsidy. And, I'm unapologetic about that. But we, as an economy, also know that when you are removing subsidies, fuel subsidies in particular, there are things that you have to do, okay? There are measures that must be in place. Okay, there must be a way by which you take care of those who are going to be negatively impacted. Because the truth of the matter is that subsidy benefits the rich more, but removal of subsidy would worsen the fate of the lives of the poor. So you have to take care of the vulnerable. We have not done that well. Okay, it's like we go into these policies, without really looking back as to how to take care of the negative effects that it would that will occur. So any reform will have gainers, will have losers. But as for policymakers, you do what is good, from what commentary tells you. We have the first welfare theory, we have the second welfare theory. The first welfare theory tells you that, reform, market economy is best, competitive economy is best, under certain conditions. But the second welfare theory also tells you that, that the society, and the policymakers must design, the reform in a way that will take care of the poor. You enable the poor, you give them the resources that will allow them to go to participate in the market. So that is what we have said, So the fact that the reform has been done without careful attention to the other side is not the fault of the reform. It's simply that the reformers have to do more to ensure that the benefits of the gainers, the benefits of the reform will trickle down. I know that it will take time. And
how much time will it take? How much time will it take, Prof? Is it until we all die?
I was looking at 2 years. I was looking at 2 years.
2 years don't reach now.
I was looking at 2 years. But now we are now in the 3rd year. Okay?
Yes.
And they are not really telling us what, how they have, what plans government has to ensure that more people benefit from this. There are various ways you can take care of the poor, or you can take care of the poor. It doesn't even mean that you have to do direct cash transfer. No, that is part of it. But you must look at the areas that are concerned to the poor, and then see what you need to do to ensure that to mitigate some of the costs in those areas. In the areas of food, in the areas of transportation, in the areas of their, the medical, their health, and so on and so forth. So how does government, and I'm not just talking about the federal government, which of, even the state governments that have made so much money,
Prof, can you still hear me? Okay, it seems Prof's network has frozen on me. All right, we're still talking about Nigeria's economic direction, and I've been speaking with Professor Adeola Adenikinju, former president, as immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society, and been looking at if Nigerians are really feeling any relief from the economic reforms that have been done so far by the Tinubu administration, as well as even state governments. Is Prof back now? Prof, can you hear me now? Okay. Perhaps we'll take a break at this point. Let's see how to reconnect with Professor Adenikinju. But in case you want to join the conversation, please feel free to do that. All you need to do is to send us a message on WhatsApp. I think the number will be scrolling on the screen. And I would like to know if you're really feeling any economic relief. You know, we've been told the government officials, say, like macroeconomic indicators are doing well, they're doing well. Prof just said, that he was hoping that the process will take us 2 years before we'll start seeing the dividends so far. Is Prof back? I think I can see. Prof, can you hear me? Okay, let's take a break, and when we return, we'll try to reconnect with Professor Adenikinju.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond.
All right, Professor Adeola Adenikinju is back. Prof, immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society. Prof, I'd like you to land on your point before the network went off.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. I will say that, when we talk about, what, government have made so much money, from the economic reforms, government revenue has gone up significantly and at all levels. Okay, so you have expected that, both the federal government as well as the state governments would design appropriate welfare packages, okay, or programs that will show that the pace of adjustment is minimized, to the average Nigerian. So to the Tinubu regime, we should also look at the states. What are of this adjustment? Okay, that will enhance employment in your area. You try to ensure that you reduce poverty. Provide more infrastructure to enhance the productivity of the average Nigerian. These are the things we need to look at. So we have to look beyond. In my views, we have to look beyond, this data that we easily show or we easily point out in terms of how the macroeconomy is behaving, to looking at, even more macroeconomic indicators.
Okay, the network is still not making us hear what Prof is saying. Prof, can you hear me? Are you still there?
Experiences of the average Nigerian.
Okay.
Energy costs has gone up, and yet when you look at power, the availability is extremely very low. You know, so you are paying more, and you don't even have what you are paying. What you are paying.
Okay, Prof. Let me.
I just said that. You know what is happening is that so. You know.
Prof, if you can hear, yes, Prof, if you can hear me, please let me come in here at this point. Do you think that the government has done enough to explain the destination of these reforms, rather than the sacrifices? I chose my words carefully. The destination of these reforms. For example, yes, you mentioned earlier on that you thought, that the lifespan of suffering or sacrifices will be 2 years. When I talk to government officials, ministers and co, even at different fora, they keep, okay, these are the pains we need to go through, these are the pains. I do not sufficiently hear the destination of these reforms to say, okay, this and this, we're passing through this now, this is what it will be. For example, now, the exchange rate was liberalized. We're seeing 1,373 naira as of yesterday. Talk from the central bank, for example, to say, okay, we're looking at a stronger naira of like 1,000 naira to $1 in 2 years or 3 years. I hope you understand what I mean, Prof. So the destination of this reform, so that we know that just like a woman that is pregnant, in 9 months, you will birth.
Well, you know that, you know, when you are doing reform, one of the major, you know, one of the major, you know, requirements is that you must communicate, you know, very well with your people to provide a guideline to them as to why you are doing the reform, you know, what the pains of those reforms are, but what that reform would lead you to. Okay, that's very important. Just like a doctor. Okay, I give an example of a doctor. A good doctor would tell the patient, this medicine that I'm going to give to you, okay, this is what the medicine will do. Okay, these are the effects that you will feel. Okay, and if there are things that you are feeling that is not considered what I said, okay, please come back so that we can tweak it and ensure that, okay, it achieves the goal. So when the patient is going through that process, he knows exactly what is expected. Okay, the pains, you know, when it will come, you know, and if those pains become unbearable, what he needs to do. But eventually the doctor will also tell you, 3 days, you know, in a week, call me and tell me how you are feeling. So there must be continuous, you know, communication. So that people, you need people to buy into the reform. So that even when they are suffering or they are going through pains, they are convinced that this is for a while, this is necessary, and this pain is for a while. 1, 2, they also see that you are also, you know, experiencing the same pain. You know, everybody is having his own fair share of the pain. It's not a situation where some people are, you know, are not, you know, are immune from the pains, and only the poor, the vulnerable people are, you know, are bearing the cost of the adjustment.
Okay.
So it must be fairly distributed. That is also very important. And third, you know, like we said, there must be a way by which the designer of the policies must continually, you know, look at those policies and see whether they are working according to plan, whether the pains, okay, are as, you know, expected, or whether they are more. And if they are more than what is expected, what do you need to do, you know, to ensure that, you know, basically, you know, you provide relief to the people. So there are a whole lot of things that must be in the process of designing and implementing reforms, so that everybody can participate, you know, can understand, you know, and ensure that the gains and the pains are fairly distributed among the citizens.
Prof, you were a former member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I would like you to give me a sense of what is happening behind closed doors now. The MPC meeting starts today. It will end tomorrow. By 2 p.m. Nigerian time, Olayemi Kadoso will speak to journalists as to the outcomes of that meeting. Speak to me as if you're in that policy room. Of course, you've been in the policy room a number of times. So if you are still in that policy room, what will worry you most now? And what do you think the policymakers should do at this point? Inflation remains elevated, growth still around 4%-ish. We're also are seeing some macroeconomic indicators. Okay, let me take a look at FX. Naira's calmer. Naira still at 1,373 naira-ish, as it were. The Naira is a bit stable, but it's still weak. You know, so if you were in that policy room, what would worry you most now, and what do you think they should be doing?
Yeah, thank you. You know, the good thing is that the FCC members have a lot of data before them, and some of these data are not available to everybody. So they have the most recent data based on which decisions are made. Now, if you look at what is happening, like you said, inflation in recent times because primarily driven by geopolitical factor, geopolitics, is going on, it's rising. Two, the exchange rate, it's still, it's still very high, but fairly stable. The growth rate, of the economy is still okay. It's still above the historical level. But again, the headroom, okay, between the MPR and the current inflation rate, still gives, positive real returns. So, but there are a lot of uncertainties, again, driven primarily by geopolitics and geopolitical factors. So if I'm there, other than the politics that is coming and the spending that is going to be taking place, a lot of money is going to come into this system in the next couple of months, because of the elections, So it's a mixed bag, okay? And if it's not an election period, you're going to be looking at a period of trying to, maybe tighten the monetary, a monetary tightening. But now that, and again, when you're in election period, you don't also want to, mess up with.
Prof, are you going for a tightening?
To provide any.
Let me hear. I didn't get you well. If you were in that policy room, would you tighten?
Yeah, I say if not an election period, because election period you have to be very careful. You want to be very careful so that you don't seem to, do a policy that people may misread. So what if I were in that room? What I would go for would really be to, to hold, and then allow some of these things to just play out.
Okay. Prof, Nigeria's debt profile continues to expand. Of course, you would have seen what's been in the news in the last few days. On this show, I did look at debt, I think a few days ago now, if I'm not mistaken. Should we be concerned about the size of the debt itself or the quality of what the debt is financing? Just briefly.
Yeah, both. I would prefer a situation where debts are tied to, specific projects, so that you can evaluate, those, the debt in terms of whether it is something that makes sense or not, whether it's something that the economy should go for or not. But if it's just a general debt that goes into a pool, some of that money can then be diverted to something that is not good for the economy, then we should get worried. But if a project type debt, then you know that, okay, the analysis has been done, the feasibility has been done, and then, you can judge that debt on the basis of whether this makes sense or not. For instance, you are doing infrastructure, you are doing something that will enhance growth, okay? Then you can basically evaluate the project, the debt. But if you say whether that debt is going to contribute.
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, final question in just a few seconds. For an average Nigerian household that is watching you and I right now, and their simple question is, when will life become meaningfully easier? What will your honest answer be?
Really, it's difficult to know. I mean, because, like I said, there's no communication. We don't really know where we are going. Nobody is telling us the rationale for what they are doing, what plans they have in order to improve, the lives of Nigerians, what needs to be done in order to reduce issues, affordability, issues around affordability and cost of living. Nobody is talking to us. We don't have an economist in the team, or we don't have somebody who is really communicating to us to guide us so that we have expectations. We can anchor our expectations or certain, outcomes or decisions. We don't know.
Oh.
So we are just flowing, with whatever comes day to day.
Okay.
And that I think is unfortunate.
So, Prof, that's your honest answer. You don't know. You don't know because we're not getting that communication.
I don't know.
The destination of the reforms, like I asked earlier, we don't know. So I don't know if I also have that answer for an average Nigerian watching us right now. But thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. How is Ibadan? I'm sure you're in Ibadan now.
Yeah, Ibadan is good.
Okay.
So maybe one of these days you should come over to Ibadan.
Yes, I will. University of Ibadan. All right, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll speak to you soon. Thank you very much for your insights. What more can I say?
I appreciate it.
Yes, Professor Adeola Adenikinju, immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society. For a former president of the NES, Nigeria Economic Society, to say he doesn't know where we're headed, I don't think I need to say more. But that also speaks very loudly of what policymakers and authorities need to do. We need to be communicated to. We need to know the destination of these reforms. We need to know that the economic sacrifices we've made in the last almost 4 years of President Tinubu, because he embarked on this reform. So even the APC government of about, how many years now? Is it close to 12 years? And more Nigerians have been sinking and sinking deeper into poverty. Anyway, we'll continue to talk about those issues on this program, like I've always done, bring the attention of policymakers to issues that matter. I know we're in the electioneering period, a lot of things ongoing right now, but the people matter. That's the much I can take this morning. Nancy Naji is my name. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. I'll see you all again tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m., God willing. Bye for now.
Issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is important.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection.
I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today.
We're becoming known through word of mouth. You'll find primarily handbags, clutches,
des pochettes.
Agribusiness is part of the culture of Cameroon today. It is the backbone of our economy, and using rural materials does not allow us to be productive and competitive in the market. Using a drone, for example, is a solution to bring more efficiency.
In a decisive move for Ghana, the US recently removed the 15% tariff imposed on the West African nation's cocoa and...
What I meant to say was
first, your staff kill my son, and then your son comes in here and makes light of my situation, and now you come here and reduce Isaac dead.
You did not kill these men, Darren. The hospital killed your son, and
is about justice for Isaac.
You brought a woman you cheated on with 5 years ago with. And now you are asking me what is wrong with me?
Cheated this, cheated that. Didn't I remind you, Hawazi, that we were separated at the time?
And so what? Was I around sleeping with men?
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Forget typical motorsport. It's about mud, fun, and absolute madness. We're at the Mud for Fun 4x4 Challenge here in Ruiru, Kenya, an amazing place for thrill seekers and families alike. But before we get absolutely filthy, let me go ahead and let you know what we have next. Palesa Tembe is going to walk you through a serious Cape Town apartment with quite a personality and a renovation you didn't see coming.
In Ghana, we meet a woman shaping a lasting legacy, and her Guinness World Record for the largest beaded bag is only the beginning. And is it really possible to eat like a queen in Lusaka for just $1?
I'm Wanjira Longhour, and you're watching AfriMax. As you know, here at AfriMax, we love to tell inspiring stories, especially as they pertain to modern Africa. So that's why the next person exemplifies this. Prepare to be inspired.
Ambrose Letoluai is a man of many talents. He knows exactly what his goats need. And the Kenyan shepherd is also a talented photographer. He says he began taking pictures to help him better understand his environment.
So the one thing that really put me into all the photography is about bird watching. So I always wanted to take a photo of a bird so that they can able to identify them. Elephant as well as giraffe and the other wildlife, they are threatened. And the only thing that you can able to use is photography. And just to tell how magnificent they are and how threatened they are. And if you want to share the story, you need to have a photo or a film.
Ambrose portrays animals such as the African leopard that are at risk from poaching. He even found 10 rare black leopards. For the Maasai photographer, humans pose a threat to the big cats by destroying their habitat and habits.
And you see them using lights at night to disturb these animals, to change their behavior. That is not ethical at all. And that's one of the things that really bother me a lot, because there is a lot of selfish interest that we put into these animals. Even though they're very beautiful, we disturb them in their natural environment.
Another threat are the locals, who have often killed leopards because they go after their livestock, the livelihood of many people here. Ambrose is building understanding within the community. These women used to see leopards as enemies. Now they work to protect them, as leopards attract tourists, and that means jobs. They call themselves Chui Mamas, leopard mamas.
We have come to understand the conservation and the importance of it, because now the formation of Chui Mama has bear a lot of fruits.
Such as new sources of income. The Women's Collective makes jewellery and soap and have used the proceeds to build their own centre. The Wildlife Kids Resource Centre in the middle of the savannah was co-founded by Ambrose. Equipped with reading materials and binoculars, these kids are on safari. Today, they're bird spotting, and the trip is proving inspirational.
Now I want to educate people of their importance and convince them to stop poaching.
The children are also aware of the financial benefits of conservation.
I would like to protect these animals because they help the country. Safari tourism brings us money. People come to see the animals, and that generates revenue. So it helps improve people's standard of living.
And improve people's living standards.
Ambrose says he's optimistic about the future because he sees that young people are becoming more aware of their culture and their environment.
There is a huge change. There is a huge change because a kid can able to learn, to say that I'm coming to this center to learn about wildlife, to watch about film, to take a photo about this particular bird, and they learn it. They even know now some names, species of some plants that you found in this particular area, and they know the use. So that is something that makes me happy.
The local elephant population remains a concern. In 2019, 400 of them were counted in the nearby Lois Aber Conservancy. Ambrose hopes that his work can help ensure them a safe future.
The engines are roaring, the mud is flying, the energy here is absolutely electric. Joining me now is the team leader of Mud for Fun, Kinudia Washege. Tell us, there's so much chaos here, and yet people keep coming back. Why?
It's the community and what we do here, heavy on sustainability. So bringing all these drivers, communities, brands together, raising awareness on environmental sustainability. We're on a mission to do 10 million trees in the next 10 years.
So why is this the event that everyone keeps talking about?
I believe this mud makes them happy. It brings them together. I think it's the only motorsport that has a space for everyone. We don't have to have a modified car for you to enjoy.
What is something that a first-timer is always shocked about? What is it, that a newcomer wouldn't expect?
The fact that when you come, you're like, okay, I want to see the kind of monster trucks that, are used to the mud.
Should you remain standing? Please be seated. At an event of this nature, Your Excellency, it is only proper that we get started by invoking the spirit of Almighty God, Almighty Allah, Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, to take charge of our proceedings and all that we'll be doing here. And to do that for us, it is my honor to invite Reverend Odutola for the Christian prayer, and to be followed by the Muslim prayer. And to do that for us will be Professor Ahmed Mora. Reverend Odutola, please. Please, can we? Yes.
Shall we all rise up for prayer, please? Shall we rise up for prayer? This is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is the day, another day that the Lord has made. Father, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you because we thought this day would never come, but your son changed his mind and made it come. Thank you for friends and families from far and near. Thank you for the love he has always had for Nigeria to be a united nation. And thank you because we commit everything we're going to do today into your care. Father, take full control. Father, take charge. As we've come peacefully, we'll go back safely in Jesus' name. Every one of us will remember this day for good. And by virtue of this book, the unity of this nation shall be more entrenched. Thank you, Lord, for answer prayers. We'll return all the glory to you and adoration, for we've prayed in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
May I then thank you very much, and I appreciate you. Let me appreciate as I invite Professor Ahmed Mora to please step up to the podium for the Muslim prayers. In the same vein, would like to crave an indulgence to keep it as brief. Thank you so much.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلوا على النبي الكريم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to establish the protocol for today's event. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented today by our amiable Vice President, His Excellency, the very distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima. The representative of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Mrs. Remi Tinubu, represented today by the wife of the President's Chief of Staff, who is here with us, Mrs. Sal Gbajabiamila. It's good to see you. Your Excellency, Chairman of this occasion, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and his lovely wife, Dame Dr. Patience Jonathan. Your Excellency, the President of ECOWAS. Your Excellency, our Chief Celebrant, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, and his amiable wife, Mrs. Victoria Gowon, here present. Former presidents and heads of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, and I'd like to put on record His Excellency General Abdul Salam Abubakar, and we welcome you, sir. The representative of former President General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, who is here represented by the former first daughter, whom I refer to as a Relu of the world, Haja Aisha Babangida, is here with us today. We welcome you. Our chief presenter, the very respected General T.Y. Danjuma, his representative, and all other presenters of the book here present, to include, without a doubt, the president of the Dangote Group, represented by Engineer Mansour, advisor to the president of Dangote Group, who is here with us, serving and former members of the National Assembly here present, Excellencies, representative of governors here present, Excellencies, former ministers and former governors here present, our very distinguished book reviewer, Bishop Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, my Lord Bishop of the Sokoto Diocese, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, our esteemed traditional rulers here present, and I'd like to put on record the Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence Muhammad Saad Abubakar III. I'd like also to put on record the 14th and 16th Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Lamido Sanusi, heads of government and extra-ministerial departments here present, captains of industry, heads of security, apparatchik, to include former chiefs of defense staff, service chiefs, former service chiefs, and members of our security architecture here gathered, members of the diplomatic corps. I see Minister Bagudu. I also see the Minister of Defense. I also see the Governor of Bauchi State, Alhaji Muazu. I see them all seated in the room amongst other personalities here gathered. Members of General Gowon's family here present in their numbers, members of the chairman's entourage, including former Deputy Governor and former Chief of Staff, Dr. Giadome. I'd like to welcome and greet heads of faith who are here present of the Muslim and Christian faith, I'd also like to welcome community leaders, and I'd like to welcome members of the NYSC. Please give a shout out from wherever you are, NYSC. Created, visioned by His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon. We welcome you. I'd like to greet and welcome the Havila team led by the chairman, and I'd like to greet and welcome esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. What an honor it is to be standing before you today to do the job of compare along with my colleague, the one I'd like to call the voice, Mr. Andrew Gabriel. As the rains poured this morning, we all thanked God for the showers, the impenetrable hand of the Almighty, not just upon His Son, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, and his amiable wife, Mrs. Victoria Gowon, and the entire family, but upon the nation called Nigeria, whose unity he fought so hard to preserve. Those uplifting hands of God upon the nation, Nigeria, is also upon, represented in chief. Today, the nation is represented by the Vice President, His Excellency, the very distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, our chief presenter and representative of General T.Y. Njuma, our chairman, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, and his wife, and all other presenters of this book. Because today we celebrate an illustrious son. Today we have invited you all to gather to join him as he brings to bear his autobiography, My Life of Duty and Allegiance, a book so enthralling that when you pick it up, you do not want to put it down. As I said much earlier, everyone in the room should go home with at least 15 copies so you can give friends and family and your old school. Autobiographies matter because they provide valuable life lessons. They also provide accessible mentors, offering empathy and inspiration to readers managing their own challenges. It is also to preserve truth and legacy and foster reflection. In putting pen to paper at this age, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, His Excellency, not only challenges the rest of us to write, to reflect, to be bold by telling our own stories, but also to shut down rumors, hearsay, untruth, and give us answers to all the questions on Nigeria we have been so waiting for. His life, the coups, and indeed what it was like to be the youngest leader of Africa's most populous nation at his time. Today, he sits unrivaled to tell his truth, to encourage us all to tell ours. I'd like to welcome you to this very important occasion. My name is Eugenia Abu. I'm a multimedia strategist, a broadcaster, and a columnist. But it is not my place to provide the welcomes, but to provide the context and do the needful for this. I'd like to bring on stage a man very much after my heart. Akogun Lanre Adesui is the founder and chief executive officer of Havila Group, established the company after working at University Press. He built a leading Nigerian knowledge solutions company, Havila Group, into a nationally recognized enterprise. Please give Akogun a round of applause as he delivers the welcome address.
Yeah, good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stay on the existing protocol so we can cut short the time. I am highly honored to welcome you all to this event, which you will agree is a part of constantly evolving story of leadership in Nigeria. Today, pages will be turned, memories will speak, and history will find its authentic voice with the public presentation of My Life of Duty and Allegiance, the much-awaited autography of General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. This is no ordinary book presentation. Rather, we are here to share the author's story of an era and the enduring power of character. I repeat, character, character, character. This country needs character. If this age of hurried opinions and fast vanishing attention span, memory and legacy will always matter. It is thus gratifying that General Yakubu Gowon has offered to address history without judgment. Note, as he repeatedly told us while working on this book, it's all about telling his truth. About telling his truth. As we all know too, truth is always a defense. Baba's position aligns with our professional views in Avila on the benefits of proper rules management in a nation where we often leave fundamental issues of history, particularly of assessing leadership, to the vagaries of human recollections and personal biases. And as it is often said, nature abhors a vacuum. If you do not tell your story, the void will be filled with versions told by persons with vested interest to undermine the essence of all that you embody. So, we need to tell our own story. The best analogy I can offer for purposes of illustration is what is found in our folk tales that gleefully told of how the hunters always kill the lion. That's what we hear. That storyline will remain permanent until the lion is able to write its history of how it killed the hunter. For over 30 years, our group has been in the business of preserving memories, mindful of the African saying that a library burns down each time an old man dies. We thank God this one is not dying yet, in Jesus' name. In today's knowledge and attention economy, no individual, organization, or country will make progress if it fails to embrace global practice, the best global practice in records management. Do we keep records? Even the records of our children. In my home, I try to keep records of every child God gave to me, right from the nursery to the university, even to when they have been married. For ease of understanding, records management is simply about how we keep files and information such that this can easily be retrieved for business or whatever other purpose they are needed. For our Villa Group, Nigeria's market leader in the Library of Archive Development and Book Consolidation business, publishing the Gowon Memoirs is more than releasing a book to the market to fight for place in a good bookshelf. And I'm praying that one day this country will have a befitting national library. For us, the book avails us opportunity to deepen records management in Nigeria by rescuing memory from the erosion of time. The project also represents a significant milestone in our journey, one that reflects our commitment to preserving history, promoting thought leadership, and contribute meaningfully to national discourse. Permit me to say every leader present or represented at this event owes Nigeria a book. Not for the purpose of vanity, no. Not to demonstrate having been there, no. Seen it all and done it all, but to preserve records and not leave them to third-party recollections. We must always remember that history is a harsh judge, and no man or woman or institution deserves to be judged by circumstantial evidence. when he is positioned to conduct his own defense. And that is what is happening today. So many visible and invisible hands work to make this book a reality. Avila Group thanks His Excellency, sir, our father, His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, and our Excellency, my own adopted mother, Mrs. Victoria Gowon, CFR, for giving us the opportunity, ma'am, to handle this landmark publication. We are very grateful, ma'am. From a personal point of view, this is icing on my professional career of managing records, building libraries, and marketing books in Nigeria. How was I to know that the 30 years I spent in Zaria, where I grew up as a youth, where the Gowons were venerated, will someday be useful in my relationship with Papa and Mama? Thank you again, Ma. I also thank our elder, Moses Ihonde, the Ambassador Moses Ihonde, General Gowon's former press secretary, and my very good brother, Mr. Dotwadi Kambi, who is actually the contact of this project. A resourceful young man, writer, whose books have always been published under the Avila Group. Under the Avila Group imprint, for putting in a few good words for our group and working tirelessly with us until the book rolled off the press. Our group also thanks the chief presenter, sir, General T.Y. Danjuma, the former chief of army staff and former minister of defense, particularly for loaning to us, our good friend, Major General Solomon Udanwa, retired, whose contributions at the planning stage for this event we deeply appreciate. We equally appreciate our back-end partners, the editors, indexers, and the art director, who also worked with us to produce this historic book that we're about to unveil. I am confident that long after today's speeches, scholars, libraries, and the bibliographers, seekers after the truth, the public and generation yet to be born will find meaning in reading My Life of Duty and Allegiance by General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, because indeed, truth and legacy matter. Baba's autobiography, despite its big volume, 181 pages, it is a fact based on pleasure. I thank you all for listening. Do enjoy the rest of today's program. And please buy copies of the book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I were in your shoes, being the very first person to have spoken about this book and the publisher, as a publisher, we can do better with that round of applause for him. Can we do it better for one more time? Thank you very much. I recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CEO, and we welcome you. Honorable Minister for Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy, Barrister Hannatu Musa Musawa, we welcome you. Your Eminence Archbishop Daniel Oko, President, Christian Association of Nigeria, we welcome you. We also like to recognize the presence of the Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Ubasani, ably represented here by Hannatu Dalhat, Director General Intergovernmental Relations. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you very much. As we make progress, for brevity of time, at a very young age of 31, history, yes indeed, placed upon the shoulders of General Dr. Yakubu Gowon the immense responsibility of leading a very fragile and deeply divided nation through one of the most turbulent periods in its existence, the years between 1996 to 1975. They were defining moments in Nigeria's history, moments of uncertainty, conflict, rebuilding, reconciliation, and national survival. The chairman of these occasions has been carefully selected. And you must agree with me, Your Excellencies, that this memo is not just the recollection of events, it is a testimony of a man who stood at the very center of history. And to take us through this was a man who also rose to become the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is today the distinguished chairman of this very epoch-making occasion. I'd like you, therefore, to please join me in welcoming His Excellency, the former president. My ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan, GCFR. Your Excellency, the chairman of the occasion, sir. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please be seated.
Your Excellency, I've been asked to ask you to podium.
Wait, the Vice President has actually asked that you use his podium, please, if you don't mind, sir. That's humility personified. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you, sir.
Excellency, Vice President, thank you for the honor. They asked me to come and use your podium. Thank you so much. I will not go through a formal protocol because of time, but let me sincerely appreciate the presence of our President and Commander-in-Chief here, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President. Thank you for coming. And let me also appreciate the presence of our First Lady, here represented by the wife of the Chief of Staff to the President. Thank you for coming. And let me also appreciate our leader, our father that brought us here, General Yakubu Gowon, and our mommy. Thank you for doing what you have done, for your leadership. Let me also appreciate our father, my uncle, our leader, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. Thank you for your leadership. My dear wife, thank you for coming. I remember, I think. And let me also appreciate one of our leaders that's not here in person, IBB, represented by the daughter, Aisha. Thank you for coming to represent my big uncle. There are so many senior people here, retired and serving generals, traditional rulers, religious leaders. But let me appreciate the person directly in front of me, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. Thank you for coming. And my good friend, the Emir of Kano, Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi. Thank you. In fact, they have recognized everybody, so let me know, boy, you're here, so go through that protocol. It is my pleasure and honor to be addressing this distinguished gathering today as chairman of the public presentation of the autobiography of one of Nigeria's most consequential national figures, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon. I warmly welcome Your Excellencies, former heads of state, former presidents, and leaders in all spheres of life, government, military, business, for coming to celebrate such a man. Today's event is not merely the unveiling of a book. It is the presentation of a living testimony. It is the reflections of a leader who stood at the center of some of the defining moments in our national journey. General Gowon's autobiography offers not only a personal account of military service and leadership, but also valuable insights into the challenges of nationhood, reconciliation, peace building, and statesmanship. General Gowon assumed leadership at a particularly turbulent period in Nigeria's history. Of course, so many people could be good leaders when the environment is okay. It's when you have challenges that you can distinguish the men from the boys. So General Gowon, at a very young age, led this country when we had a major civil war that is still haunting us till today. The years of the Civil War from 1967 to 1970 remain among the most painful chapters of our national experience. Yet, history also records his commitment to the preservation of national unity, and perhaps most importantly, his magnanimity at the end of this conflicts, embodied in the enduring declaration of no victor, no vanquish. That philosophy laid the foundation for healing, reconstruction, and reintegration at a time when bitterness and division could easily have prevailed. And of course, we all remember General Gowon. Every leader, if anybody who have the opportunity to become the president of a country will be remembered from one thing or the other. But there are two key things that we remember leaders. Policies that endure, policies that reform society, policies that change things. Then, of course, major infrastructure. But policies are number one. I will not bore you. That will be the duty of my good friend Bishop Kuka, who will review the book and give us account of what General Gowon did, what he did a number of things. In Nigeria, the establishment of the NYSC was one key policy that till today we are celebrating it. And I have to thank the leadership of the NYSC because whenever General Gowon has a program, I used to see the youth corpers coming around to celebrate him. That is a very good idea. We don't have to wait until when somebody dies before we celebrate him. The youth corps was meant to reconfigure our nation, reorientate our young people so we begin to live as one Nigeria. Though we have not succeeded, because when I listen to some of us who are politicians, we talk as if we are still in pre-1914 era. But you tried. I remember 1973, I was in class 3 in secondary school when you set up the NYSC. And that, in those days, immediately after the Civil War, it was always difficult to get graduate teachers to teach in secondary schools, especially the secondary schools that were not in the cities. And two youth corps that were sent to Matade High School then, one Mr. Balogun and one Mr. Ojuku, taught me. I remember Balogun taught us mathematics, additional mathematics, physics, and chemistry, where Balogun taught us biology, and it helped us significantly. So the vision of the NYSC was great, and we will continue to celebrate you. The other one is that when you work with your colleagues to establish the ECOWAS, the vision of ECOWAS. Luckily, the president of ECOWAS is also here with us. These are policies that will continue to reform society. These are policies that will endure. We can go on and on, state creation and others, but I don't want to. Mr. Kuka should tell us the stories. But you have done very, very well, and we must commend you. As younger generations study our nation's history, it's important that they hear directly from those who bore the burden of leadership during difficult times. Memoirs such as these help preserve institutional memory, deepen public understanding, and enrich the national conversation on governance and leadership. Beyond his years in office, General Gowon has continued to distinguish himself through decades of public service and advocacy for peace. His commitment to national unity, interfaith harmony, and youth development has remained steadfast long after leaving office. Through initiatives such as Nigeria Praise and other peace-building engagements, he has demonstrated that true leadership does not end with political authority alone. It continues in service to humanity. This autobiography, therefore, comes at the most appropriate time in our history. Across the world today, nations are confronted by division, mistrust, insecurity, and political polarization. There is much that contemporary leaders and future generations can learn from the experience captured in this book, especially the virtues of patience, restraint, dialogue, courage, and reconciliation. I commend General Yakubu Gowon for documenting his experiences and reflecting for posterity too often valuable chapters of our national history are lost because those who witnessed them firsthand fail to leave behind written accounts. Just like my friend said, if the lion doesn't tell his own story, it is only the story of the hunter that we will celebrate. By sharing his story, General Gowon has rendered yet another important service to Nigeria and to the historical records of Africa. I believe this is a debt I also owe Nigerians and humanity. Maybe someday it will be my turn to also launch my biography. As I conclude, let me congratulate the publishers, editors, researchers, family members, and all those whose efforts made this work possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, books preserve memory, but they also shape the future. I have no doubt that this autobiography will become an important resource for scholars, policymakers, military officers, students, and all Nigerians that are interested in understanding the complex society and how to navigate our country forward. On behalf of all of us here, because I'm the chairman, I congratulate His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon on this landmark achievement and pray that Almighty God continue to grant him strength, peace, and good health. It is now my singular honor and privilege to declare this ceremony open. I thank you all.
Your Excellency, sir, we thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed for that thought-provoking chairman's comment, which is clear to me is a pathway to us waiting to see the book by His Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan. And he is the one I know who often would say, I'd like to recognize my wife. It's such a beautiful thing to see. I thank her for coming. One would think they didn't leave the same house. It's beautiful to see you, ma'am, all the time. And he has said this book is a book that provokes the rest of us to write our books. Isn't it wonderful? I'd like to welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Plateau State, who has arrived here this morning. We welcome you. Thank you for coming. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the former Chief of Defense Staff, General Martin Luther Agwai, is representing our esteemed Chief Presenter, the very distinguished General T.Y. Anjuma this morning. We welcome you, sir. It's good to see you. We have with us Dr. Bernard Doro, Honorable Minister, Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Pastor Dr. W.F. Kumuyi, General Superintendent of the Deeper Life Bible Church, is represented by Pastor Edison Daminabo, State Overseer. We welcome you. Sir Dr. Emeka Ofor is represented by Barrister Chijoke James, who is here with us. And of course, we also have with us a General and Ambassador, General Tukur Yusuf Buratai. He is here with us. We have the representative of former First Lady, Her Excellency Hajia Mariam Abacha, is represented by her son, Mohammed Abacha. We sincerely welcome you. And we're also very pleased to welcome the Managing Director of Zenith Bank, Dame Lady Adora, represented today by Executive Director Louis Odom, Honorable Bashir Abubakar, Honorable Chief Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, and Deputy Secretary General, African Ombudsman. We welcome you all. We will try to keep the recognitions to a bare minimum for want of time, but I'd like us to take a moment to get a sneak preview. And this is not stealing the thunder of the book reviewer. Quote, "In the age in which we grew up, one was taught to be instinctively patriotic. We were raised to be good, to love our neighbors as ourselves, to pray for our traditional rulers, to be loyal to our political leaders, and since we were still a colony, to pray for the queen or king who was the head of the Commonwealth, unquote. There are many snippets from this book that should make you get a copy. I have buried myself. I have been under the blanket. I have read the pages. I have read the lines, but it's still undercover. And until General T.Y. Danjuma unveils it, we still haven't seen the book. The book is undercover, and the moment it is unveiled, then you can get a copy, but I am privileged, and so we're grateful for that moment. This is the time when we lighten up the room. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, everywhere we go as Nigerians, our dance counts. Our boys and girls making music are burning the tracks across the world, in the United States, in the UK, in Canada, where our dances, whenever we put them on social media, become the trend. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a Nigerian dance is a gift. And because it's a gift, today we present it before this esteemed audience. NDA Abuja, very briefly, will do a very short dance to lighten the room, and we will continue in a short while. I see my brother, Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, is in the room. Welcome, it's good to see you. And of course, my brother-in-law, former governor of Bauchi State, Alhaji Muazu. I welcome you, good to see you.
Yai Mongode, please, if you don't mind, would like to give them another round of applause. They have come from the home front of the convener of this program to come and show solidarity and love to their own. General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, they all came in from Pangshin and Plateau State, and I saw the governor almost dancing to that song as well with his feet. Thank you very much. Dame, Your Excellency Dame Pauline Talen, former Minister of Women Affairs, we welcome you. At this juncture, for brevity of time, Your Excellency, our distinguished special guest of honor, would like to invite someone who's been saddled to the responsibility of reading out the citation of the nonagenarian that we're here celebrating today. I'm talking about none other than the citation of our father, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. And to do this for us will be Dr. Adekombi. Please, can we welcome him with a resounding applause as he makes his way to the podium. Please, as you come forward, we expect that you speak to it and keep it as brief. And, well, for an elder statesman as General Gowan, do not edit it on the spot, or else you might miss some very, very fine content of what you're supposed to deliver. Please, you have your time starts now.
Standing on existing protocols. People speak of preaching to the converted. This exactly is my assignment as I present His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, former Head of State, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In June 1975, Cambridge University described him as a soldier with unusual modesty. He was also described as a man of muscular Christianity. Those words were true then, when he received an honorary doctorate from the university. Today, the description remains just as fitting and made more so, as he is the proud holder of an earned doctorate, a feat he achieved 42 years out of office. He let go of the gun in 1975, but the Bible remains his strong weapon. The fifth of 11 children of Pa Yohana and Mama Saraya Gowon, General Yakubu Gowon was born on Friday, October 19, 1934, in Garam, a village in the then Panshin division of today's Kanke local government area of Plateau State. He's originally from Lo, where his father was one of the sons of the traditional rulers of the Angas people. His mother, on the other hand, hailed from Tuwan and was, like her husband, an early Christian convert. The Gowon family migrated from the Plateau to Zaria in 1936 on account of Pa Yohana's evangelical work with the Christian Missionary Society. General Gowon was educated at St. Bartholomew's School in Wusasa, Zaria, where he studied until December 1949 before he was admitted to Barewa College, Zaria in 1950. At the college, he established his all-round sports credentials by participating in and winning laurels in football, pole vaults, boxing, and long-distance races. His leadership potentials manifested early, too, as he was the school's assistant librarian, superintendent of the school's dispensary, and in his final year, the president of the prefects committee. Though he had hoped to be a teacher, fate steered him in a different direction that made it strange that the army was not his first love. His father was a soldier for Christ. His two older brothers, Ibrahim and Peter, saw action in World War II. As it turned out, his younger brothers, Moses and Isaiah, also served in the Nigerian Air Force and the Nigerian Army, respectively. His military career began with his enrollment in 1954 at the Regular Officers Special Training School in Teshie, Ghana, after which he undertook officer cadet training at the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. He earned his commission as an officer on the 21st of December 1956, alongside 4 other brothers in arms, Arthur Unegbe, Pat Awuna, Alex Madiebo, and Mike Okwechime. None of them forgot the immortal words of General Gerald Templar, commander of the British forces in Cyprus, who said to them, "Young men, as you are about to go into the real world and the challenge that you will face, all I can say is to wish you good luck and good hunting." None of those young men some of those young men found themselves on different sides of the Nigerian crisis when it eventually happened. Then Second Lieutenant General Yakubu Gowon, with service number NA-20, resumed at his first military duty post at 4th Battalion, Mokola, Ibadan, in July 1957. Between that year and 1966, he twice saw action in the Congo and held various senior positions, including adjutant 4th Queensland Nigerian Regiment, Staff Captain, Army Headquarters, Adjutant General of the Nigerian Army, and Chief of Army Staff. For him and Nigeria, 1966 was a defining year. While the country experienced its first military coup on the 15th of January 1966, he providentially survived the experience. When the country recorded its second military intervention, he again, providentially, emerged as the head of state at the youngest ever age of 31 in Nigeria. He was an outsider to both occurrences. In 9 consecutive years as head of state, the longest single stretch by any Nigerian leader, General Yakubu Gowon recorded several landmark achievements. The creation of Nigeria's 12-state structure, the prosecution of the 30-month civil war of unity that ended in no victor, no vanquished, and without any external borrowing. The introduction of the 3 Rs, that is reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, to fast-track post-war national recovery and development. The completion of the National Stadium, the traffic change to right-hand drive, the change of the Nigerian currency from pounds to naira, the inauguration of the National Youth Service Corps, the hosting of the second All-African Games, the increase in the number of federal government colleges from 3 to 12, groundbreaking construction of the National Theatre, completion of the Eco Bridge in Lagos, promotion of technology transfer through a dedicated iron and steel development policy, completion of Volkswagen of Nigeria plant, Lagos, and Pojo Automobile plant in Kaduna, introduction of irrigation policy to boost agricultural productivity and food security. One of the founding fathers and pioneer chairman of the Economic Community of West African States. He is a prime mover of the conceptualization of Abuja as Nigeria's new federal capital territory, a fact that was largely unacknowledged until the coming of General Ibrahim Babangida as military president. Little wonder President Bola Ahmed Tinubu described General Yakubu Gowon as the father of national infrastructure and unity in his 90th birthday message to the elder statesman. For 57 years, General Yakubu Gowon has been married to Her Excellency Mrs. Victoria Gowon, CFR, a true officer's wife, and the woman he calls Vic, but always describes as my dear wife in written documents, in the best tradition of respect for wives in the military. A self-effacing man, General Gowon has a very rich sense of humor, born out of an officer's pragmatic approach to life. He believes that no soldier dies except he has his name on a bullet. He says God adds 10 more years to his life each time rumors spread that he had died. The last time the rumors gained ground, I called him. The first thing he said to me was, Dotu, do you want to speak with the dead man too? In 1975, General Gowon enrolled for undergraduate studies at the University of Warwick and left the institution in 1984 with a PhD in political science. In effect, he acquired practical experience leading Nigeria for 9 years, and then he studied the theory of leadership for another 9 years. 51 years after leaving office, General Yakubu Gowon continues to carry Nigeria in prayers through Nigeria Prays, a non-denominational intercessory group of which he is the convener. His collaboration through the Yakubu Gowon Center with former US President Jimmy Carter and the Federal Ministry of Health led to Nigeria being designated guinea worm-free by the World Health Organization in 2013. He is the National Goodwill Ambassador for the control of viral hepatitis in Nigeria. He has served variously as head of ECOWAS Observer Mission at Ghana's presidential election, the Carter Center's Observer Mission in Guinea's general election, the Commonwealth Observer Mission in Zambia's tripartite elections, the Carter Center's Observer Mission in Liberia, and the African Union's Observer Mission during the Lesotho parliamentary elections. He's a member of the African Forum, an informal network of former African heads of state and governments designed to support the implementation of the broad objectives of the African Union. Though a soldier, his credentials for the promotion of democracy have never been in doubt. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, the statesman that the Guardian newspaper proudly described as the last man standing. Thank you very much.
We thank you so very much indeed. What an incredible reading that is, that has been done by a man who read it with so much passion behind his voice. We thank you so very much, Mr. Dotun Adekombi. What we picked out was that His Excellency General Gowon is a man of muscular Christianity. My first time of picking up words that are so powerful and so well read. Not only is he a man of muscular Christianity, the gentleman also reeled out his achievements: 12-state structure, Civil War of Unity, no victor, no vanquished, and also changing the currency from pounds to naira, the All Africa Games, and described by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the father of national infrastructure and unity. If your hands are not tired, let's do one more round of applause for him. Indeed, it's a beautiful day to be born. On a day when we are going to read the depths and crevices of the nation Nigeria through the eyes of a man who should know. I'd like to quickly inform us that the Enugu State Governor is represented today by Dr. Prince Lawrence Eze, Commissioner of Information, Science and Technology. And we have the Chief of Defense Staff, General O.O. Oluyede, is represented by the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Lieutenant General Parker Odianye. We also have with us in our midst today, Reverend Dr. Moses Aronshiola, National Director, Nigeria Praise, and Reverend Dr. Babajide Oluwodola. We have all of them here with us today. We have Professor Jerry Ghana, my former minister, is here. General Ike Nwachukwu, whose wife was my teacher, General Alani Akinriade. We welcome you and we thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the goodwill messages which are not on your program will be coming up after the unveiling, and we're taking only 3, and everyone who is delivering a goodwill message today will keep it at 2 minutes for want of time. His Excellency, the representative of the President, has other state matters, but he considered this numero uno for him to be here this morning. We thank you, sir, as always. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have Eldai Honde in the room, who was Chief Press Secretary to His Excellency General Gowon and has written the foreword for this book. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we power through very quickly. I bring you a man who was former chair of Veritas University, and he's also chairman, chancellor now, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University in Anambra State. He's author, man of the cloth, national conscience, columnist who is trenchant and cerebral. A man today who will be doing justice to the book review. Help me welcome the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, a man very well known to all of us, my Lord Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, PhD.
Thank you, Gina. You know, equality means that all of us coming here have to climb these 3 steps. But justice means that everybody be accorded a place of speech that is convenient for him. So when you think about President Jonathan being on that place, and the vice president is also going to be on that place, in justice, I think that's where I should be, so you can see me well. When I saw these Ngas dancers, I was wondering whether they are supporters of Chelsea, but I soon realized that they weren't. Congratulations, because of course, naturally, I'm a Arsenal supporter. So, and the Emir of Kano himself was full of joy. So if you see the Sultan not looking so happy, it's because Manchester United is not doing so well. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, for obvious reasons, as they say, stand on existing protocols. This is not an honor I take for granted, to have been asked by General Gowon and his wife to review this book. I feel quite honored. And when you think about the man who has come through so much pain and suffering, bitterness, anger, a man who has come through so much in his life, humiliation in all forms, you would imagine that if he attempts to put anything down in writing, a man who has been subjected to treachery, backstabbing, intrigues, and so on and so forth, you will expect that if he has an opportunity, he will take his pound of flesh, and that whatever he writes will be full of either bitterness, anger, and the deception and the betrayal. But from the very beginning of the book, the author says, I want, and I quote, I want to emphasize that I'm telling my story without access to my crucial personal records, since many important documents taken from my desk after my removal in July 1975 were discarded by those who succeeded me. Other documents that survived, which he kept, were destroyed in 2 fire incidents, one in Bakori and the other one in Kaduna. And this is in Romans, page 21. It's important, therefore, to underscore the fact that whatever you read in the book is the result of what the author was able to recall. And you will find in the book evidence of excellent memory and details of things. The book itself is 36 chapters. And when I received it, the copy I got was 850 pages. When I spoke to the publisher, he told me there were still more pages coming. So my quotation, the pagination, will probably not reflect in the final copy that you might have to read. The sheer size of the book suggests, and the kind of issues that are covered suggest, that the review also should be something slightly different. And therefore, I have decided to divide the review into 5 different sections. The first section I titled Gowon and the 4 coups. The second section I titled Gowon, Times of Trials and Tribulation. The third section I called Gowon, Truth and Redemption. And the fourth, Victoria Gowon, Wife, Shield, Diplomat, and Chief Security Officer. And the final, section 5, I said, Nigeria, who next and what next? The author opens the book by saying, and I quote, I have tried to tell my story as truthfully as I know how, and see it without any intention of claiming the glory for every achievement or heaping blames on other people or perceived failures. I made a conscious decision not to open new wounds, but to clarify my thinking on policies and plans at the period too often narrated by others. End of quote. Notwithstanding this, most readers of the book might be quick to say that perhaps these wounds that the author was reluctant in opening would have better been opened, and perhaps by now, greater healing would have probably happened. But notwithstanding, The book itself covers from the life of the writer right through to a lot of the epochal events in his active life and beyond. For example, those of us who probably remember little things, remember the nuanced references that Ojukwu tended to make, that he was senior to General Gowon. But the record tells us that while the writer himself, General Gowon, his military number was N20, Ojukwu's military number was N29. But then he goes on to make the point that while he started his cadet training in 1954, he was commissioned in 1956. The author goes on to state that Ojukwu was commissioned in 1958, but he and others were later given 3 years seniority because of their university degrees. All that is found on page 245. On April 1st, 1963, both of them received their first senior postings, whereas Gowon was appointed Adjutant General, Ojukwu was appointed Quartermaster General. And according to his account, after the announcement of their promotions, Ojukwu suggested that they should change positions. But for obvious reasons, it wasn't within the power. A reference has already been made about the coups. I refer to them as 4 coups, in the sense that he was affected tangentially by the 4th coup. But first, in the account and in popular narrative, we talk about the 1966 coup as the Igbo coup. We talk about the later coup as the revenge coup. Of course, further reflections and further reading and further interrogation of the distorted history of what really happened reveals more nuances. And I think that the most important thing is that scholars must also come to terms with the fact that this story has still only just started, and it's an ongoing story. But again, at the end, in explaining these coups, we are not looking for who is right or who is wrong. But even in all narrations, including the narration of the author, there are still a lot of questions left unanswered, in the sense that, like the US Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, titled, he referred to it as the known unknowns. But again, this is because scholarship has to continue. One of the most important things leading before the Civil War, and I thought it was from the general himself that I heard, I don't think that this is something that many Nigerians know, that actually until Aburi and after, what had been declared was police action, with the hope that somehow things would be resolved. But this famous speech that was delivered by the author on July 31st, 1966, his first speech, a very controversial speech that many people remember. One of the things that many people remember, and I don't know who wrote that speech, but whoever wrote that speech created more problems than he answered. Because, and I quote, because this proved to be the most controversial part of that speech. He says, in the course of the speech, as head of state, he said, suffice it to say that putting all considerations to test, political, economic, as well as social, the base for unity is not there, or is so badly rocked, not only once, but several times. I therefore feel that we should review the issue of our national standing and see if we can stop the country from drifting away into destruction. End of quote. That is on page 218. What is interesting about this speech is that subsequently, when Aburi happens, and Aburi is pretty well discussed, but it remains a sore point in the sense that I think the narrative is still not concluded. But in my view, researchers, members of the diplomatic community, students should go back and gather some of the evidence. Because it seems that one of the problems of Aburi was that both men went with different intentions. Ojukwu had read the fact that, and for him, the author says on page 240, the idea of Aburi was to have an exploratory event meant to break the ice, remove the veil of suspicion, and engender trust among the key actors. A sort of gentleman's agreement. This is what General Gowon, as head of state, went to Aburi hoping for. But Ojukwu had a completely different texts, because Ojukwu says, if you read, because I'm involved, a few other things that suggest that as far as Ojukwu was concerned, Aburi was one to try and answer the question of how did Ironsi die and who killed Ironsi. But even more importantly was to address the issue that he was hoping that Aburi will validate the fact that there was need to go back to where we were before the military struck, namely a loose federation. Now you can read the story, but I think that it's a story of moving parts. But again, I think it's important that from the point of view of history and so on, the author deals with those issues from his own point of view. The first chapter of the book, ironically, doesn't start necessarily with the background stories of the beginning. It starts with a very interesting incident. That is what happened in 1975. And the story is very remarkable because when you talk about General Gowon being a muscular Christian, whoever framed that concept must be a British man, but if you want to test what it really means to be a muscular Christian, Gowon's reaction, I'm sorry, sir, I have to call you by that name because I'm talking about you as an author, not as head of state now. If you read the text, you can now see, that there is something completely different. First of all, there are rumors that there is a coup. And it is very interesting for us to know that marabouts, seers, prophets have always been in the seat of government, not the only villa they enter, they've always been there. Because these prophets were already telling General Gowon very early from Mali, from Senegal, they were already naming people who were plotting coup. And then, naturally, the head of state tells his security chief, who is supposed to be an IG now, and that's MD Yusuf. He says, you sniff around and find out what is happening. MD Yusuf, the ever fantastic, and perhaps one of the greatest Nigerians, and he was a man I loved very much because he had an incredible passion for this country, but an incredible sense of, I happen to have enjoyed a bit of his friendship. But he makes his investigation, comes back to the head of state, and then he says to the head of state, Ya Ramune, President Jonathan, I think you speak a bit of Hausa, isn't it? Ya Ramune means it is our boys. It is our boys. And now the interesting thing with Ya Ramu is that remember that the second coup was staged by Yarang Arewa in order to revenge what had happened. Now, within the same womb that had produced the revenge coup, Yaram were now turning against themselves. Let me put it that way. So the head of state is told, this coup is being organized by our boys. And the title of that chapter is, Our Boys Are Up to Something. Now, even me as a lay person, the things I heard and the things I know about the rumor, say they hear say you are part of a coup, even sniffing around. Now, the head of state is being told even the names of those who are involved in this coup. And then he says simply, if you boys want to take over, you can try. If you succeed, you can call this your revolution and do whatever you want. Now, which kind of head of state? They say some dogs are sniffing around your throne, and then you tell them, carry on if you want. Now, that sense of resignation also speaks to, one, the inevitability of certain realities if your faith in God is strong, which is that what will happen will happen. But again, I think it's founded on the author's firm conviction, which will later be resonated by President Jonathan about how much blood do you require to protect your throne. Because in all of this, he is told even the people, he's told their names. And then before he gets ready to leave for Kampala, he's determined to go to Kampala. He could have stayed back, because how can you leave your back empty and decide to go to Kampala? But the author says he had already made up his mind to go to Kampala precisely because he wanted to convince other African countries to take very seriously the issue of supporting Angola. And he was ready to make that sacrifice. But then the director of military intelligence then, who was Colonel Abdullahi Mohammed, fantastic gentleman, but he was to accompany the head of state to Kampala. And yet, as they are getting ready to go to Kampala, Colonel Mohammed comes and then he tells the head of state, Oga, let me stay, because he's already part of the coup plotters. But he says to the head of state, let me stay back, and I keep sniffing around. Whatever stories I get, I will hand them over to the Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarters, Vice Admiral Joseph Akinwale Way. And you might say that the head of state almost naively accepted. He said, okay, stay back. And then the funniest of them all was just Joe Garba, Colonel Joseph Garba, who is in charge of Brigade of Guards, supposed to be in charge of defending the president. Now, Joe Garba was supposed to accompany him to the airport. Instead of accompanying him to the airport, he calls the head of state by phone and said, Oga, Brigadier Mobolaji Johnson, governor of Lagos State, has an event. He has asked me to go and represent him. And he says, go and represent him. How can you refuse to accompany head of state because a junior officer like a brigadier has asked you to stay back? When you talk of muscular Christianity, those of you who are Christians will understand, should Jesus have gone to the cross, there are a lot of things he could have done differently. But when you place the human being at the center of everything, then you make decisions that others might consider rational or irrational. And so, he says at the end of the day, this is, as he himself went up to Kampala, despite the threat, he said, I told him that he was excused, that is Joe Garba, but reminded him that further to our discussion on security, he should simply hand over in the event of a coup, as I did not want him or any soldier to be killed. Despite the fact that his wife had sniffed something around and was making the case. But what do women know? On the 25th of July, his wife decided, look, I'm taking the children for a holiday. And the author says, no, stay back. Let me go to Kampala and come back. She said, no, we will go. She leaves on the 25th. A coup takes place on the 29th. The rest is history. Now, what is very interesting, close your eyes and ask yourself, all of us who are here, we left either notes on our table, maybe kept our underwear or the things we wanted to wear somewhere, and imagine that you are here, and suddenly you can't go back home again. Because when the head of state left for Kampala, just like everything, there was a lot of unfinished business. And suddenly you are stranded in the middle of nowhere. You're told a coup has taken place, you can't go back home. Now, what I've done here is I've just identified a few things defying time. So I'm not tied to time, but I just accumulated some of the things that I think should occupy our attention. Namely, in chapters 28 to 32, this dramatic phase and traumatic phase of the Gowon family life is highlighted. First, he arrives Kampala as head of state and chairman of ECOWAS. After the coup, he has become a refugee. And then what is very interesting is that, hear this and hear very well. Head of state of the richest country in Africa, suddenly he starts feeling his pocket, and then there is no money. You will find it in the book. There isn't much money. And then the people that accompanied him, ordinary junior officers that accompanied him, began to bring out part of their Esther code to contribute. Then people from the Nigerian High Commission in Kampala, out of sympathy, gathered head of state. They did offertory collection to help their head of state. Everything put together in that room, everything put together. Collection from Nigerian High Commission, collection from the people who accompanied him, then the one that he himself had, everything came to 3,000 pounds. That was what he had. Either to live in Uganda, then Idi Amin said, Oga, I don't accept this nonsense. I'm going to send Ugandan troops to go and claim your throne for you. The general says no. And right now, he has no place to go to. Finally, he says, okay, we'll go to Togo. Yadema accepts. Idi Amin is very generous. Idi Amin dashed him $10,000. And that was what increased his confidence to come to Togo. But then he realizes that if he stays in Togo, they must still continue to say, this is what is happening. No, he's planning to come back to Nigeria. Now, his name is wiped out the records of army records. There's even the streets that were named after him, like Broad Street in Lagos. The military quickly cleaned the names. His two brothers, Captain Moses and Isaiah, this is through time now. I'm crossing over to the Dimkaku, are now detained. His daughter's grave is desecrated in Wusasa. Government refused to sell even the only one house that he has on 11 Oketiebo in Ikoyi, refused to sell it to him. And after 19 years of military service, from the time he joined the army up till the day he was removed from the army, they now put all his money together, everything that he's entitled to. And the total came to 34,304 naira. You heard me right, 34,304 naira. That is what General Yakubu Gowon, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who had superintended a civil war, who had overseen the sale of tanks and so on, who just with one tip alone, just one small tip, but all he had to call by his name, after 19 years of military service, 34,304. And out of this, only 20,000 was remitted into his bank account. He had only one bank account. His pension of 7,000 pounds was stopped after the 1976 coup. His total savings from that time was 41,000 naira. Total gratuity received was 34,000 naira, with which he used to build. If you have been to his Sultan Bello house in Kaduna, you know the place. So now, Victoria and the children, I'm sorry, ma, please, just Her Excellency is in London with the children. But by the way, now that their husband, 2 days after their husband is no longer head of state, they checked into a hotel. Of course, they discovered they can no longer stay in the hotel. So literally, from first lady to being homeless, with children that you have to bring up. It takes one gentleman called Emmanuel Oti from Arochukwu, who offered the Gowon family a house that he himself had tried to fix and wanted to move into. Now, are you from Arochukwu? Why are you clapping? And then, in the course of their being in London, when you read the book, you will find, first of all, one day somebody came. He had spoken to his friend Ahijo. And Ahijo sent somebody, but the ambassador came to the Gowon house. And then he brought a package and handed over. And General Gowon holds the package. And it's a bit heavy. How much is it? $50,000. It's the highest amount of money that came into the hands of the family. Now, remember that those who took over had accused him of having properties and bank accounts all over the world. I remember when you celebrated your 70th birthday, sir. I wrote to General Buhari, many generals, Nelson Mandela, Jimmy Carter. We tried to contribute. She was the coup plotter. I was just conscripted on your 70th birthday. But one thing that Buhari said in his letter to you, and General Buhari said to me, he said, look, what shocked me was when we were called to go and become, is it ADC to the head of state, he was sitting on a chair. So you go and salute, and then the head of state would look at you and then interview you or whatever. He said, when I saluted, the head of state didn't look at me, just said, fall out. And I fell out. And he said to me, President Buhari was very humorous. He said, look, as thin as I am now, can you imagine what I was at that time? Maybe he didn't take me because he was afraid that if they fire bullet, I was too thin to protect the village. But President Buhari said that what shocked him was General Gowon came to him and said he couldn't pay his children's school fees. And you ask yourself, all the people he governed in Nigeria, where were they? They were all going to London, going and coming, going and coming. Now, he finally enrolls as a student in Warwick University. And then, of course, all that Nigerians remember about being in Warwick was that he disgraced the nation. This is a nation that has not paid him his money. But he disgraced the nation by being seen with a tray in the cafeteria of Warwick University. Now, we can go on, but I think the next point that I think is very important, because all of that is pretty well documented, because at this point now, General Gowon is almost like a scene out of the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, there's a price placed on his head. Anybody who can find him and bring him to Nigeria. Now, the story goes on, because the new head of state then, General Obasanjo, delivers a speech in which he said, and I quote, "We have made it clear that any country that harbors Yakubu Gowon is committing an unfriendly act towards the government and people of Nigeria. In the meantime, the Supreme Military Council has decided to dismiss Yakubu Gowon from the Nigerian army. He will from now be treated as a wanted person to face allegations against him anytime he sets foot on Nigerian soil." Page 641. Now, there is something, that story goes on. I'm sure many of you know the rest of the story. But let me very quickly move to the third point, which is General Gowon, truth and redemption. Now, of course, finally, things happen. And many of us know the story. But there is, those of you who are Christians, Psalm 91, which is one of my favorite Psalms. He said, look, 1,000 arrows may fall on your side. 10,000 will fall by your side. But it will never touch you, because his buckler is your shield. And I think that's what we can say. Because amidst all of this, General Gowon had an opportunity. And like General Buhari said to me, this is a president in a war. We are in a war where he can make anybody a millionaire and a billionaire. How could he now come back and say he couldn't pay his children's school fees? Mobolaji Johnson, the governor of Lagos State, decided that even when he was head of state, Oga will give you a plot of land. The head of state said, I don't want plot of land. I'm head of state. I'm serving Nigeria. He says, okay, let us put the name of your wife. He said, no, don't put the name of your wife. After Mobolaji Johnson gets tired, he finally allocates a plot of land. How much is 2.7 acres of land? That's what was allocated to him as head of state. He goes and sees 2.7 acres, that is too much. He said, no, I will need smaller land, so I can just do story building now. 2.7 is too much. Cut it down. Then, of course, after that, the coup happens. Commodore Adekunle Lawal, who succeeds Mobolaji Johnson, revokes the plot, allocates to another person, still using Gowon. You locate to another person, still using the name of Gowon. You can read that story on page 627. Now, he comes to Abuja, and there's a beautiful, read the account, because many of us, the problem with the history is that it's so distorted. Because what we know about Abuja is a fraction of the story. When you read the book, you will see what happened and how this story came about. The endless trips, helicopter trips, that the head, General Gowon then and others made around this country to find a capital. Yet, in this same capital that he gave birth to, he didn't have a plot of land. And when he came back, it was just out of pity, let me put it that way, that General Babangida, General Gado Nasco, agreed. Finally, they named one crescent after him. Then after the crescent, they now gave him a plot of land. His first plot of land, literally in Abuja. He mobilizes resources to try and start building, takes people to the building site. He begins to build, then El Rufai becomes El Rufai, who was Minister of FCT, revoked the land. Yes, and it required the intervention of General Tiwa Danjuma, others, to get the plot of land back. Now, there are other issues, as I said, regarding relationship. But what I found very interesting, I saw the British High Commissioner here, I don't know where he has gone. But one interesting thing was what happened when this debate was going on about bring Gowon back, we want to try him. It seemed that among them as soldiers, it seems that Obasanjo still was not convinced that one should be brought back. But you have to say something to be publicly heard. So there is a dramatic story which is told by Alison Ayida in response to the publication of Not My Will by President Obasanjo. And one of the things he said was that he said that if, for the High Commissioner, he said his argument was that we want Gowon to be brought back, but we don't want him to be brought back. So how do we do it? Alison Ayida said that, he said, if, however, this is what Alison Ayida said, if, however, this is what Gowon, General Obasanjo said, if, however, the message leaks out, the head of state will deny and castigate you publicly. Then Ayida says, I accepted my assignment, knowing fully well that I will be sacrificed if the assignment failed. Page 646. The point I'm making is, between General Gowon and Obasanjo, on page 339 of the book, please wait, sit down there. I didn't come here. This book is 900 pages. Now, on page 339, the author has said about Obasanjo, he said, I became his informal guardian angel, and for security reasons trusted him more than any other soldier. Now that you're giving me paper, let me go to Victoria Gowon, mother, the shield, the diplomat, who wore the trousers in the house. That's the title. In Sirach chapter 26, verse 1, it says, happy is the husband of a good wife. The number of his days will be doubled. I've tried to check the Bible to see, is there any place, happy is the wife of a good husband? I can't find it in the Bible. But it just says happy, and this woman is a quintessential vindication of that statement. Because on page 16 of the book, the author has said, Victoria had become attuned to military life and traditions, and her antennae easily pick signals that I sometimes wave aside as basic intuitions. End of quote. Now, amidst these periods of crisis, how was this woman able to look after children? Remember that her husband is a refugee. Okay? He cannot find a job in Nigeria, in London. He cannot open a bank account. And he himself said in the book that he became what he called a kept man on page 616. It's a man that is kept by a woman, because she's the one looking after everything in the house. She begins to make bed sheets. She begins to make pillows for sale and so on in order to be able to survive. And one very interesting isolated thing in the book is that whether the Nigerian Commission, they sent somebody to come and serve as their steward, to be able to clean their house, watch for them and so on. It turned out that this man who was working with them, Malam Baro, was actually a paid intelligence man from the Nigerian embassy who was working in their house, hoping that they will find incriminating evidence. Of course, there ought to be, for a man that has been stripped of everything, and of course, a man that cannot find a job, and a woman that is struggling, there's supposed to be anger, frustration, fighting, backbite, all kinds of things. At the end of the day, the poor man couldn't find anything to report back home. Now, one thing happened, which I think is important for the book. It was when the general decided to join politics. Because many of you remember, under option A1, and, A4, under option A4. Now, he contested this election, but the wife doesn't agree. And this woman that you see, she looks very innocent, but she has a heart of steel. Let me tell you, imagine this old man is still very handsome. Can you imagine what he was like at the age of 31, 32? Every girl looking at him has to look at him twice, including married women. And then suddenly he now they told him about this young girl, he went to her. The idea that the head of state wants to marry you. Then he goes and tells somebody, they managed to tell her that this man is interested. Finally, he went to see her. Young girl of just 20-something. Went to see her. Then he said, I love you. Then, instead of saying, what kind of rubbish is that? She looks at him and says, you love me? Write it down. And you can see on page 347, she says to him, write it down. And can you imagine the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria, the head of state surrounded by soldiers, standing before a 20-something-year-old girl, is shaking his hand, trying to write a love letter. Say, do you love me? And he's not even sure of the answer he will get. But that, it's a measure of the kind of person that General Gowon, and I think in fairness to him, he gives her a lot of credit, you know, in the book. Let me end because it is, that election, that attempted election exposed something. Because if you are talking about we Northerners, we are supposed to be one. We are supposed to be united because we are Northerners. There couldn't be a better definition of that North. And yet, when Alhaji Dankabo went and persuaded him to run, the wife said no. Moses is a Hyundai, again with an antenna. Moses said, it's a Hyundai. He said, don't go for this thing, no, because Babangida wants to extend his territory, just wants to get you out of the way. He said, no, let me go and try. But it's not the trying that is the issue. It is the reaction of the local community when they saw a reaction towards General Gowon. And he quotes, and I quote page 707, where he says, Christians and Muslims were threatened with fate worse than death if they voted for a Christian candidate. Houses will be burnt. Page 707. I want to end by asking a question, some of the things have been said. Again, in the preface, the author says, history has been kind to me, and I bear no grudge against anyone. If this book achieves anything, let it be to show that public service is never a call to vainglory, but an aspiration to guardianship by those who lead with conscience and conviction. That is what muscular Christians do. And so, as I said, I feel sentimental about Wusasa, because in this hall, Tiwa Danjuma is connected with Wusasa. General IBM Haruna is a Wusasa boy. And Wusasa is an important place. Unfortunately, its history is vanishing. Because in 1924, Kaka Audu became the first woman to write Cambridge examination in northern Nigeria. The first woman. That time, Sadona was only 12 years old. Michael Angulu was the first registrar of JAM, R.A.B. Diko, in 1938. He became a medical doctor, the first in northern Nigeria. Rhoda Mohammed was the first female ambassador in Nigeria. Joe Garba was the first, this is a different, John Garba was the first African to be appointed to the World Bank, and so on and so forth. This is the place where General comes from. So, I want to say, by way of conclusion again, that this book, General, I want to thank you. We have read histories about the war. We have read about Obasanjo. We have read Ojukwu. We have read Shagari. We have read Babangida. We have read General Danjuma. We've partially read President Jonathan. I'm happy he accepts that. Now we are reading General Gowon. Next month, 24th of June, we are going to be reading General Abdul Salam, by the grace of God. So, I end as I started by saying, no autobiography summarizes history in totality. Nobody tells all the truth, because a point of view is a point from a view. The author has written things as he saw them, and if you respond negatively to autobiography, the answer is go and write your own. So, all we can take away from this book is a renewal of our commitment, our faith, our dedication to the fact that God, the supreme creator of heaven and earth, is not done with our country. He will still do great things for us. All of us are called upon to become agents of reconciliation, because the book ends with the final sentence, to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. I thank you very much.
Your Excellency, representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the very distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency, the chair of this occasion, our chief celebrant, our chief presenter, our royal fathers, former heads of state here present, governors, ministers, I'd like to salute and greet and welcome a man who has had to battle with weather and aviation. Please help me greet and welcome the very distinguished Senator Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, who has battled storms, weather, clouds, change of flight to make it into this room. We welcome you, sir. We thank you for coming. Esteemed Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Catholic and only recently sat on the board of Veritas University, so Bishop Kuka is not only a bishop in my church, well respected, but he's also chairman of a board I served. And to bring his review to a stop required some courage. So it took me a lot of courage to go forward and behave like a trained soldier to plead with him. Because also, Bishop Kuka is a very cerebral man. And when he reviews a book, you give him time to do what he has to do. But he brought it to a close, 2 pages short, and I'm sure that will be published in the papers for all of us to see. I doubt that there would have been a better reviewer of this book. My Lord Bishop of Sokoto State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, book reviewer, gave us the title, Our Boys Are Up to Something, 1 chapter. Go on and his gangster cabinet, another chapter. When Dr. Clement Isong gave me gray hairs, another chapter. The book has been well reviewed. Everybody must get a copy. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I call on Andy to quickly come and do the honors. I see my auntie, distinguished Senator Ireti Kingebe, is here in the room. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we're also trying to speed up because of the exigencies of the office of our distinguished special guest of honor. And as a result of that, we'd like to plead, much as we want to make money from this business, Your Excellency, we'll try to recognize our co-launchers very briefly. Just spare me 1 second to be able to run through that. Professor Suleiman Bogoro, former TED Fund Executive Secretary, is here. Pastor and Pastor Mrs. Paula Defarasi, founder House on the Rock, is also here with us. We'd like to also appreciate you and also to welcome Pastor Mesoma Mesoto Dixon. He is the chairman of the Mesoto Group of Companies. He's one of our co-launchers at this occasion. We'd like to welcome you. Abike Dabiri, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, would like to welcome you. Pastor Jide Akiode, a representative of General Overseer Redeemed Christian Church of God. Pastor Enoch Adeboye, we welcome you. Chief Dr. Okafor OFR is a co-launcher of his book. We would like to welcome you. Also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Justice B.A. Adejumo, OFR Administrator, National Judicial Institute, represented here by the Secretary. We'd like to welcome you. I also want to welcome very profoundly Chairman Access Bank Holdings, Aiboje Aig Imokwede, is represented here by his director, Abuja Business School. We'd like to welcome you. And I think we are inching very close to the point. All right, so another co-launcher, Alhaji Ilyasu Ayaka, former Director, Public Affairs, to the former Head of State, Professor Major General Ibrahim Shoaibu, former Director General, NYSC, we welcome you. And very lastly, we'd like to recognize Senator Ireti Kingibe, Chairman, Senate Committee on Women Affairs, and is also here representing the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, Senator Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio. We thank you very much for coming. Moving on with the speed that this event deserves, Your Excellency, I would like to appreciate you for your time. Please put your hands together to appreciate the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for his time. We appreciate your time indeed.
And of course, just as you know, this event it transcends literature. It is about the truth as he knows it. It is about the reflection. It is about leadership, and above all, it is about Nigeria. And so to do us the honor of presenting this book for the very first time publicly to the Nigerian public and those watching from, because I've been told that we have been joined virtually from great fans and mentees of General Dr. Yakubu Gowon from different parts of the world. So we would like to appreciate all of them joining us virtually. But it is time for the book presentation proper. And the chief presenter is the former Chief of Army Staff, former Chief of Defense Staff, and former Minister of Defense, General T.Y. Danjuma, GCON, FSS, PSC, but today represented by another great general, General Martin Luther Agwai, CFR, the former Chief of Defense Staff of Nigeria. As he comes forward, he'll speak to this very briefly, and then, of course, we'll move on from here. Please, for those of you who are here willing to be able to contribute to this book, please, we have pledge slips that the ushers will go around and hand over to you. For now, let's listen to the chief presenter. Please, another round of applause for him.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief, represented by the Vice President, the author of the book, I stand on the existing protocol. It's a great pleasure for me to stand before you today to represent, at one time when I had the same singular honor to represent General T.Y. Danjuma at the launching of President Babangida's autobiography. I said then that General Babangida was my professional father because he was an instructor when I was a cadet in NDA. At that time, I considered General T.Y. Danjuma as my grandfather because at that time, when I was commissioned in 1972, he was my first GOC, and later on became the Chief of Army Staff. So today I don't know what to say. I have a father, a grandfather, so today is great-grandfather, I think, because he was the head of state and commander-in-chief when I was commissioned as second lieutenant in 1972. And it's great for me to remember I had a privilege, a very rare privilege, to meet with General Gowon. I will never forget that day in Addis Ababa. He was coming from Burundi, and I was coming from Darfur, and it was just after the election that brought President Buhari into power. We had dinner together, and we spoke on so many things. But one thing I had the courage, I have to summon the courage to tell the then former head of state is, please, when are we going to read your book? Please write. I'm so glad that he has done that, and I'm even privileged to have a role to say on that day. Thank you very much, sir, for writing. Now, let me go straight to the comment I was given by the person I'm representing. People say soldier of the soldiers. That is General T.Y. Danjuma, and I quote what he has given me. I am delighted to pay this tribute to Nigeria's foremost living statesman, former head of state, wartime commander-in-chief, my military boss, and international icon, His Excellency, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, on this momentous occasion of the public presentation of his autobiography today, Tuesday, 19th May 2026. General Gowon is not only a household name in Nigeria, but also a global acknowledged leader with impeccable record and outstanding credentials in leadership, nation building, military strategy, peace building, and conflict resolution, among many other noble endeavors. As Nigerian head of state during one of the most turbulent periods in our nation's history, General Gowon exhibited immense courage and sterling qualities in steering our beloved country from the brink of disintegration to a united, stable, and strong nation. His well-recorded slogan of "No victor, no vanquish" after the Civil War set the tune for a highly effective post-war policies of reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation, which helped to speedily heal the scars of the war and put Nigeria on the path of sustainable recovery. He will ever be remembered as a leader whose love for his country and fellow citizens was unwavering even in the most trying time. On a personal note, I have been fortunate to know General Gowon from my teenage years in Wusasa Zaria. More than 7 decades ago, where our path first crossed, making the beginning of what has become a lifetime relationship and friendship between us. As a student in St. Bartholomew Primary School, Wusasa, I was always excited to see him in Government College, later Barewa College, Zaria uniform, whenever he visited his parents in Wusasa. I was then looking forward to attending Government College, Zaria, like him, for my post-primary education. Unfortunately, I was admitted only at Katsina Allah Middle School instead of Zaria. After my secondary school education, I gained admission into Nigerian College of Arts, Science, and Technology, Zaria, where I saw some of my fellow students wearing military uniform, and I was told that they belonged to the College Cadet Corps. I was fascinated by the jungle hat, which ignited my interest in Army uniform. I consequently decided to join the College Cadet Corps, where the foundation for my military career was laid. During my service years, General Gowon became a mentor, a role model, a leader, and a boss whose impact on my career was very profound and has continually to shape my military values. Professionally, some believed and even worldviews, even as at today, my admiration for General Gowon goes beyond our personal friendship and is defined by his loyalty to Nigeria, motivated by his avowed commitment to involve a strong, united, and prosperous Nigeria. In later years after public service, his love for Nigeria further manifested in his pet project, Nigeria Praise. Like many Nigerians, I was looking forward to reading General Gowon's memoirs someday. I'm glad that General Gowon has finally brought this much anticipated project to life. The book, My Life of Duty and Allegiance, tells a unique story, and it's indeed a gift to Nigerians and the world. It gives readers a rare opportunity of going back in time to read first-hand account of some of the most significant events in our nation's history. I have had the privilege to peruse an advanced copy of the book, and I can say that it is not only engaging, but also filled with many historical records that would be of interest to historians, policymakers, bureaucrats, administrators, and the general public. From my personal recollection and the knowledge of some of the happenings in the military and the nation, the book reviewer, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, has done a great job. Before I end this tribute, let me express my gratitude to my one-time Commander-in-Chief for not allowing the business strategic and political differences that he and I may have had to affect our mutual respect and friendship either in or out of service. On behalf of my family, I congratulate General Gowon for taking time to write his memoirs and to quit our country and the world of the treasure trove of history that will no doubt remain one of the most best work of its kind. I also congratulate Her Excellency, Mrs. Victoria Gowon, for remaining a strong pillar of support to her husband in this project. Please accept my woman facilitation and to thank you all. As the chief presenter, he is encouraging all the other presenters and people here to procure the book for themselves, for their friends, for other schools. But for him, he asked me, I think I better use the right word, he directed me to make a pledge of presentation for the book in the sum of 3 billion. And he said he has got 20 doctorate, awarded 20 doctorate degrees from 20 universities. Because of that, he will want each of those universities to get 12 copies for their libraries. That is 20 times 12 universities that have. And once again, he said he's given the sum of 3 billion. Thank you.
Hold on, sir. Don't go away, sir. Don't go away, sir. You need to presentation.
I had expected that the hall would have gone up, would be agog by now in clap and all of excitement. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, I'm hearing that a chief presenter is given that much for a book. 3 billion naira, and not just 3 billion, 3 billion naira. Can we hear that round of applause for General T.Y. Danjuma? And because of the import and the interests of many Nigerians, Your Excellency, if you look around and look back, you see that the hall is still jam-packed. No event of this nature had held people spellbound like this in any of our events for a very long time. General Gowon, you are indeed the leader and the father of the country. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Please, first of all, I would like to invite those of you in the front row to join the chief presenter for the presentation of this book, Your Excellency, please. And other presenters, co-presenters, will take you in 2 batches. Let's get the front row. First of all,
other presenters. No, they're coming.
And other presenters, please, that are co-launchers and co-presenters, please join, including the rep of the President of the Senate, and of course, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida's representative. Can you please join His Excellency? All of you on the front row.
We are going to take other presenters after this, and I can see the hand of the president of Dangote Group, who would also like to speak to this issue. And I'd like to invite Engineer Mansour to quickly come forward. Chief Emeka of Force representative to also come forward. And while all of this activity is going on, other presenters should please come forward. Chief Okafor, Engineer Mansour is coming forward. Engineer Mansour, this way, please. You have to go through this way. Please allow Engineer Mansour for Dangote to come forward. Please, Your Excellency, sir, let Engineer Mansour come forward. Engineer Mansour, Governor of Plateau State, please, sir. Somebody is going to come through in front of you. Thank you very much. Podium. Thank you very much. While this picture is going on, I'd like you to please make your pronouncement real quick.
Okay.
you want me to go ahead?
Oh, go ahead.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed celebrant, I think it is indeed appropriate to provide some time to Alhaji Aliko. He actually came back from a trip last night, very late last night, but because he's also traveling back abroad today, he realized he could not make this trip to Abuja and then go back. And he asked me to represent him. And I spoke to him briefly on this. I asked him whether he remembered the time our celebrant, General Yakubu Gowon, was indeed there. Aliko said that at the time General Gowon was head of state and trying to complete a task that he said was absolutely necessary, he himself was a 10-year-old primary school child. And he had a dream. His dream was indeed to step in the shoes of his well-known grandfather as one of the greatest merchants of Nigeria and West Africa.
The Vice President.
Yes. So he therefore clearly said he was watching to see what will make that dream possible. And as indeed General Gowon succeeded in keeping Nigeria one, it created an opportunity for Alhaji Aliko to now play that role. And indeed, I think we know now that Alhaji Aliko has indeed succeeded his grandfather, and he is now recognized as one of the perhaps leading businessmen in Nigeria and in West Africa. And for this, he would like us to thank General Yakubu Gowon for keeping Nigeria one and giving him the opportunity to become to his dream. For that purpose, Alhaji Aliko had asked me to procure 25 books at the price of 500 million naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the unveiling of the book, just so that we can hand over to our distinguished guest. I would like that the chief presenter leads this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the unveiling of the book, the autobiography of General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR.
We'd also like to apologize to Mr. Vice President for keeping him standing. Once it's unveiled, we'll bring the books to you.
Yes? Okay, you too. But move this away before it comes to my face, though. Okay. Now, on behalf of General T.Y. Danjuma, I now want to unveil the book, and then the book will be brought to all those because of the inconvenient platform we have. So on behalf of General T.Y. Danjuma, I want to unveil this book and hope that the purpose of which the author has written for the unity and to tell the truth as he saw it will be achieved. Thank you.
The book is now unveiled. We'll collect the copies now and pass it back. The copies of the book real quick, like right now. The Vice President cannot be kept standing. Please, can we have the books now?
Once that is on, can we get the copies of the book? Hand them over, please. Start with the Vice President, the chairman of the occasion and his wife, the former head of state, President of the Senate, First Lady's representative, General Ibrahim Babangida's representative, and of course the governors, the honorable ministers that are here, and of course the executive secretaries, co-launchers, Pastor Meseto, Pastor Dixon, please. And then of course, a message just came to us from Alhaji Dahiru Mangal through Alhaji Inua Baba. He has graciously, Dahiru Mangal, the president, Dahiru Mangal Group of Companies, is picking copies of this book for 25 million naira. Please, a round of applause for him.
We also recognize the presence, Your Excellency Richard Montgomery, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria.
At this point, once the photo opportunity is done, would like to crave the indulgence of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, after the photo ops, to please, sir, we crave your indulgence to return to your seat. We can't keep you standing for this long. We thank you very much, those of you who have held up the book for photo opportunity. Everybody can return to their seats now. For this moment is a moment of goodwill. Only 2 minutes, because His Excellency the Vice President will soon take his leave. 2 minutes only. I am going to read out those who are going to deliver the goodwill messages. Your Excellency, we thank you for your patience, sir. We thank you for your patience. We appreciate you. At this point, I'll quickly reel out those who are doing the goodwill message. I'm a university lecturer. I'd like to appeal that we stay within the 2 minutes that we have been given. Mr. Vice President, on behalf of His Excellency the President, has been gracious. We can't stretch him any further. Please permit me to ask you all to return. Keep this aisle quiet. Leave the front. Please don't stand in front of His Excellency the representative of the President. I thank you so very much. Thank you. Help the security to do their jobs well by returning to your seats. Please assist us by Dangote's representative is sitting right here. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. At this point, paper cover 75,000, hard copy 100,000. The account will be put up on the screens in a short while, and you can look at it. I would like at this point to quickly, I can see Lindsay Barrett. Is Lindsay Barrett in the room? Please wave your hand, Lindsay, if you are here. There is Lindsay Barrett. Good to see you. Your Excellencies, Mr. Vice President, representing His Excellency, the President of Africa's most populous nation. I'd like to call the goodwill messages real quick, and I'll read them out. You have only 2 minutes to bring your goodwill message to the table. Professor Christopher Famoye, 2 minutes. If he's anywhere in the room, he should make his way up here. Professor Famoye, from the United States of America, you've got 2 minutes only. Professor Kingsley Moghalu, former Deputy Governor CBN, 2 minutes. His Royal Highness Emir Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, same. His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, representative of General Babangida, Aisha Babangida, and General Abdul Salam. These are the persons delivering the goodwill messages. And Plateau State Governor will also speak for 2 minutes. That's the lineup we have. Please let's keep to our timing so we can get this show on the road and out of the way. Thank you very much. Please encourage him. It's a long walk. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, all protocols respected, it's such an honor to be here to celebrate a great African leader. Your Excellency, I'm so touched. I am from the National Democratic Institute in Washington, D.C. I flew here for this event, but I'm also from Cameroon. And I know the relationship that existed between His Excellency, that's brought us here, and the former president of Cameroon, Amadou Ahidjo, whose name was mentioned. I feel very touched because this is a unique event, not just for Nigeria, but for our continent, Africa. We need to tell our story. And His Excellency, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, is helping this continent tell its story. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and may your days continue to be blessed.
Thank you so much, National Democratic Institute, United States, Professor Christopher Famoye, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I thank Professor Famoyo for keeping it under 2 minutes. We appreciate you. Professor Moghalu.
Yeah.
I'd like to crave your indulgence to please keep the room quiet. The #1 citizen of the country is in situ. Our chief celebrant is in situ. Clear the aisles, keep the room quiet. Pay attention to the security. They are doing their job to secure us. Thank you. Professor Moghalu.
Yeah. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, the celebrant or the author, General Gowon, and his dear wife, His Excellency General Gowon, all former heads of state here, physically and represented. I will stand on the protocols for the rest of the way, but a friend of mine warned me that this protocol will soon collapse, that we're all standing on. But let me very briefly congratulate General Gowon for doing a historic duty to our country, the recording of history from your perspective, in which you were a major player. It's a great honor. I also want to say before I leave the stage that I'm here also in a very personal capacity. 21 years ago, December 2005, December 30, we had a memorial service for the 7 years of my father's passing, the late Isaac Moghalu, who was a former Nigerian Foreign Service officer in the 1960s. And we launched the Isaac Moghalu Foundation in his memory. This event took place in Nnewi, my hometown. General Gowon honored us with his personal presence in Nnewi. He left a major address he was to have given and sent Domkat Bali, if I remember, General Domkat Bali, to represent him, and came all the way to my hometown to honor us on the remembrance of our father and on the launch of the Isaac Moghalu Foundation. Your Excellency, my mother, Vida Moghalu, brings you very special greetings. She said, but that she's not only greeting you, that you should dash her some money. She's a 90-year-old evangelist somewhere. So I just want to thank you. It's a great honor to have this privilege to greet you on this achievement. Congratulations, and may Nigeria make progress because of this work that you have done. May it advance our national healing. May it advance Nigeria's greatness. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much indeed. At 90, she's free to demand for money from anyone she likes. That's the way it is. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kingsley Moghalu, former CBN Deputy Governor. It is at this point, while he is exchanging pleasantries with His Excellency, the representative of the President, that I would like to quickly call on my royal brother, a man so trenchant, so cerebral, who looks after all of us with his prayers at all times. My own brother, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness, Emir Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. Please. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother, Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, Please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and first Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir, the Sultan of Sokoto.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Vice President. Your Excellency, the celebrant, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon and his amiable wife. You forced me to speak. That's why I say I won't go up there and I won't face the camera. Too bad, they can see my back. As I was saying before, Eugenia cut me in. I was organizing the former First Lady I call her Chief Nursing Officer of General Gawan. As a nurse, she nurtured him to be what he is today. General Gawan is not just a common person to us. He is a family member of Sultan of Sokoto, Sir Abubakar. Because I have always asked General Gawan, has he taken the fura that we used to send to him at Dodam Barracks when he was head of state? Unfortunately, I didn't bring one here. But I thank Almighty Allah that I'm privileged to be alive and to be here as son of his father, whom he so much respected, whom he so much loved, and cherished all his words of advice during the war and after the war. And I want to thank the General for giving us the opportunity to be here today to witness this historic event, launching your own biography while you are still alive. And it is one of the most important things to do. It's not after someone's death, people write lies and lies about the person when he is not alive to defend himself. We thank Allah you are alive and you presented to us your own true words. If anybody doubts your true words, let him go and write his own and what he thinks about you. So we thank you and we are happy that we're part of this historic event and wish you many, many more years of service to humanity, which you are doing. You are serving humanity, and we thank Almighty for your life, a life of humility, life of spirituality, and as they call you, I just had one word, I mean a particular word now that I've had. Is it something Christian? Muscular Christian. You happen to be a muscular Christian, son of a Muslim leader. So that's very good. And that's why we keep on saying all of us as Christians and Muslims, we should be what we are to make our humanity better. If you are a good Christian, do what Christianity said you should do. If you are a good Muslim, do what Islam said you should do. And then we'll be at peace with one another. And not only Nigeria, but the whole world will be a better place. So keep on being muscular Christian. Keep on being the good person you are. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you many, many more years of service to humanity. And may he also give the Chief Nursing Officer many, many more years of service to you and to humanity. And we thank you and we keep on praying for you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you. Just as you pick the mic, the book is currently in the venue and available for purchase. The soft copy, 75,000, and the hard copy is going for 100,000 naira only.
I'd like at this point to very quickly invite the Governor of Plateau State to take his 2 minutes. After that, we're taking the distinguished Senator Ireti Kengebe, who is representing the President of the Senate, before we come to Erelu Aisha Babangida and General Abdul Salam. I've been instructed to give you 2 minutes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic, ably represented by the Vice President, the former heads of states who are here, General Yakubu Gowon, our grandfather, and our grandmother, I bring felicitations from the people of Plateau State. We are so proud to have donated you to Nigeria and to Africa. We are so proud. I am living a dream that I am privileged to be alive at this point in time, serving as governor of the state of origin of this great statesman. And I was barely 2 years old when he became head of state. And to be here to speak on this occasion, for me, is a living dream. But I want to thank you, sir. And I happen also to have been born in Wusasa. So I have a lot in common. I want to thank all of you who have turned up to honor this great man. And on behalf of the government and people of Plateau State, we would be purchasing at least 100 copies of the book for distribution to our various institutions for the sum of 200 million naira. I have also consulted with Mr. Vice President, who is the chairman of the National Economic Council, where all governors sit in council, and he has directed me to announce on behalf of each state of Nigeria a humble donation of 25 million naira per state. Thank you for this privilege and honor.
Wow.
And God bless.
Thank you very much. Just as I mentioned earlier on, softback of the book is going for 75,000, and the hardback cover goes for 100,000 naira. Grab your copy now.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, grab your copies now. The slips are going around the room. Please collect. Our other presenters are in the room. We have not forgotten that you are here. We know that they have all been invited by General T.Y. Danjuma to make their donations. As your donations come to us, we would crave indulgence to make them public. I'd like at this point to immediately invite to the podium for her 2 minutes the representative of the President of the Senate, the very distinguished Senator Ireti Kingibe. Her 2 minutes is now, and after that, we're rolling quickly towards the end of this goodwill messages to allow us also sell the books. We'd like to thank His Excellency, the Vice President, for the opportunity he has given us.
And as you come, please fill in your slips and hand them back to us. If you want them mentioned, we'll read them. But if you don't want them mentioned, we'll hand them over to our registrars. The distinguished President of the Senate's representative.
His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented by my brother, the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency, General Yakubu Gowon, and his fantastic and able wife. Former presidents here represented, all other protocols duly observed. I will quickly read the message of the Senate President, message of felicitation. On this occasion, marking the unveiling of your autobiography, I extend to Your Excellency warm felicitations from my family and the entire 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When General Babangida presented his memoir, A Journey in Service, and you were there as a distinguished guest of honor, the whole country wondered when this great man was going to present his own story. The expectation waited with bated breath has now found fulfillment. I congratulate Your Excellency on the painstaking work that has gone into producing this book, not only capable of addressing gaps, misinformation, disinformation in our national history, but also stands as an invaluable resource that will help shape the future of generations of leaders and inspire them in a deeper sense of patriotism and national service. Providence brought you into leadership, sir, and a nation as a remarkably young man, at an age when Nigeria stood dangerously at the edge of disintegration. You rallied the nation with an immortal declaration: to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. That statement did not merely become a wartime slogan. It evolved into a generational rallying cry for national unity, patriotism, and the indivisibility of the Nigerian nation. Admiring compatriots even found creative expression in redefining your name, Gowon, as an acronym for Go On With One Nigeria. It was both a tribute to your leadership and an affirmation of the hope you inspired in millions who longed for peace, reconciliation, and national cohesion. Yes, perhaps even more remarkable than victory in war was your humility in victory. At the end of the Civil War, when bitterness, vengeance, and triumphalism could easily have prevailed, Your Excellency rose above the passions of conflict and declared to the world, no victor, no vanquished. In those simple 4 words, you planted the seeds of reconciliation. My dear, help me. Can you help me turn this? Thank you. Healing and national reintegration that continue to resonate in the conscience of the nation. In the darkest and most turbulent years of military rule, when Nigerians gasped for breath of freedom and democracy, Your Excellency mounted the watchtower of faith and called Nigerians to prayer. Through the Nigeria Praise Movement, you reminded the nation that beyond politics of power lies the sovereignty of Almighty God. And as the Holy Scriptures declare, the effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. Today, Nigeria, in spite of her trials and imperfections, enjoys a thriving democracy. Your commitment to Nigeria has remained steadfast and unwavering. Long after leaving office, the values you espouse continue to endure, and your enduring legacy of service, sacrifice, humility, patriotism, and faith remains a source of inspiration to countless Nigerians. You belong to that rare company of men whose lives become part of the moral architecture of their country. As we gather for this historic occasion, marking the presentation of your autobiography, it is my fervent prayer to the Almighty God that He keeps you in good health, grants you continued strength, and preserves you for many more years as a guiding light and inspiration to Nigerians, especially those entrusted with leadership responsibilities. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, and also on behalf of myself, congratulations, sir. The Senate President and I, we will both launch this book for an undisclosed amount for an undisclosed number of books. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking, yes, the President of the Senate, speaking through distinguished Senator Ireti Kingebe. The one thing about this book, Your Excellency, that might gladden my heart and a lot of us here is the fact that General Gowan refers to saying that this book does not seek to reopen old wounds of the Civil War, but rather to clarify history, preserve memory, and provide insight for generations yet unborn. The next goodwill message, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, will be coming from General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, the former president of Nigeria, ably represented here this morning, this afternoon by his own first daughter, Erelu Aisha Babangida. Please, if your hands are not very busy, we'd like that you please come up to the studio, to the podium. And as you're coming, I'd like to just crave an indulgence to just take 2 minutes, skip protocols as much as possible for brevity of time. Another round of applause for General Babangida, please.
My dear father, before I start, and my dear mother, please permit me, as your in-house agent, to take a little bit longer than 2 minutes. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, my dear fathers, General Abdulsalam, President Goodluck, Jonathan, and my dear, beautiful, young mother, Dame Patience Goodluck, distinguished members of the National Assembly, honorable ministers and senior government officials, traditional rulers, religious leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have the singular honor and privilege of standing before you today to deliver a message from my father, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, who has asked that his remarks be presented exactly as he prepared them. Before proceeding, permit me to acknowledge with deep personal and respect and affection to General Gowan, whose long and distinguished public service to our nation I have had the privilege of witnessing, not only as a statesman of exceptional stature, but also as a long-standing and trusted family member. It is therefore a particular honor to be here. Tribute to General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, by General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, on the occasion of the launching of his autobiography, My Life of Duty and Allegiance. Perhaps no other Nigerian leader embodies our national history as much as General Yakubu Gowon. For this, he deserves a salute of our nation as his autobiography is presented at the ripe age of 91 years and in good health. Like most patriotic Nigerians, I am joined by my family to wish him many more years of service to our country and humanity. Today, we celebrate him as we recall his illustrious story of selfless and outstanding service to our dear fatherland. A celebration of General Gowon will be incomplete without acknowledging that behind most of his giant strides in life, there is his wife. A wonderful lady, Victoria Hansetu Gowon Nee Zakari, that he married in 1969 at the Cathedral Church of Christ Marina, Lagos. From that time on, she had been a great pillar of support to the general, and as the third youngest First Lady of Nigeria, she was graceful, modest, and very kind, simple and down to earth. He assumed national leadership at an auspicious moment in our history. A series of crises enveloped the nation following the January 1966 military overthrow of the first civilian government. The forces of division threatened the continued existence of the nation. Even the military, as a unifying institution, faced existential crisis. Our boss, Yakubu Gowon, therefore assumed power with a triple mandate at a moment of grave national necessity. He was challenged to keep the nation united. He was called upon to keep the military united as an instrument of national unity. Above all, he and his colleagues faced the challenge of resuming the task of nation building from where the colonialists and founding fathers had left off. It is to General Gowon's eternal credit that he faced all these historical challenges with courage, wisdom, and characteristic humility. Perhaps his Middle Belt origins facilitated his task by reducing the polarizing tendency of national leadership at that stage. None of the three major regions of the country could claim him as representing their interest, but at that of the nation as a whole. Even then, the forces of division had reached an advanced stage. The nation tragically split into two warring factions as the former Eastern region declared itself the Republic of Biafra, pitted in a civil war against the rest of the nation. General Gowon was transformed from national hero to a war hero who fought and ended a bloody and unnecessary civil war. He ended the war and he reunited the country with the attendant task of reconstruction and rehabilitation of the war-affected sections of the country. It is to the credit of this statesman-like leadership, that the war ended with minimal bitterness on all sides. There were no successor guerrilla factions or unresolved residual conflicts. In the post-era, Gowon followed up with fundamental nation-building policies. To his credit are the establishment of a unified national command for the armed forces and the police, which has preserved these institutions as forces of national cohesion to date. He established the National Youth Corps Scheme, the National Unity Secondary Schools, and the Federal Character Quota systems for appointments and representation in federal government agency. This, in addition to introducing an indigenous national currency, the Naira, to replace the colonial British pound sterling. Auntie, I have orders. He also established the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as an instrument of cohesion and integration among West African states. All these institutions have survived till date. Even after leaving office, General Gowon has continued to work towards unity and harmony. He has shunned partisan politics in spite of pressure. He has avoided the building of a political presence or personality cult. In a nation still racked by divisive forces and tendencies, it is to General Gowon's abiding credit that he has not been associated with any of the trending ethnic, religious, or geopolitical movement ravaging today's Nigeria. He has instead remained one steady symbol and voice of a united, diverse, and inclusive nation. General Gowon was not and has never been associated with corruption, nor did he have any overt cooperative interests or involvement. Instead, he has continued to live a simple and modest life as a shining example to our younger generations. In time of crisis, he has been available for national service as a mediator and conciliator. At other times, he has led the nation in prayer under his pet project, Nigeria Prays. Successive governments have easily resorted to his experience and counsel, often consulting him in dealing with the contemporary problems of governance and leadership. This distinguished soldier, officer, gentleman, nationalist, and outstanding statesman has served Nigeria well and embodied our finest values. History will remain fair to him as a grateful nation salutes him on the occasion of the public presentation of his autobiography that will be a reference point of public service with sincerity, compassion, and commitment to the patriotic belief in one Nigeria as a nation of diverse cultures, history, and beliefs, the hallmarks of our strength and resilience, enamored by the belief and faith in God. United we stand, and divided we fall. Live long, our amiable, warm-hearted, and charming general. I commend this autobiography to all Nigerians, Africans, to all lovers of Nigeria across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Both of us are laughing here because I just whispered. I said, you haven't given us the Naira and Kobo that you came with from General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. Ladies and gentlemen, please very quickly, for all the co-presenters that are seated, time will not permit us to be able to invite all of you to come over here. But if you have your the amount of money you want to support this book with, written already in the slip, on the slip, please, you can return them through the ushers to us. If you intend that we announce them very quickly. But if not, then we can just make do with this. Ladies and gentlemen, please, rise with me. Let me just very quickly. All right. I'd like to please invite the next speaker. All right. We'd like to invite the former head of state, General Abdusalami Abubakar, GCFR, and the said microphone should be taken to him, but he has also graciously, Your Excellency, asked that his daughter, Eugenia Abu, reads his thoughts for this audience. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause, please, for her?
Your Excellency, sir, it is such a privilege for me to do this for His Excellency General Abdul Salam, my father and my uncle. General Gowon is a man who has served his nation well. General Gowon remains a good man at work and at home, and has been married to Mrs. Victoria Gowon for all of 57 years. I greet Mrs. Gowon on this auspicious occasion. General Gowon is a soldier and a gentleman. I salute you for your resilience, your dexterity, and your determination to keep Nigeria one. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I salute you, dear General Gowon, and I wish you well. Signed, His Excellency General Abdul Salam Abubakar.
General Abdusalam Abubakar there, speaking through Eugenia Abu, and we'd like to appreciate you very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence, and so please, I'd like you to please rise with me and celebrate an extraordinary patriot, an elder statesman, bridge builder. Let me also have a pause here to recognize the representative of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by the wife of the Chief of Staff to the President, Mrs. Salamatu Bajabia Mila. We welcome you. Thank you very much. At this juncture, Your Excellency, the special guest of honor, I'd like that you please join me as we rise and celebrate an extraordinary patriot, an elder statesman, a bridge builder, and one of the most significant figures in Nigeria's history. Join me as we welcome to the podium for his remarks the convener of this epoch-making event, His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, the crooner of No Victor, No Vanquish, and go on with one Nigeria. His Excellency, the Vice President, asked that we take the mic to him, but he has still insisted that he would rather come to the podium to deliver his remarks. Your Excellency, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, sir, please appreciate the Vice President leading his father and our father up to the podium for his remarks. The Vice President has asked that you use his podium. Please, can we have a resounding applause for him one more time? And for the Vice President, and of course for his patience and understanding, can we hear that round of applause for him? Your Excellency, we are grateful, sir. Please, thank you so much.
Mr. President, being represented here by our Vice President, may I say, I don't know the protocol. Shall I say just abide by the existing protocol so that we can get on with what has brought us here? Thank you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as far as anniversaries go, 2026 is a landmark year in the evolving history of our dear nation, Nigeria. It is a year that connects our past with the present and points the way to the future. 60 years ago, the course of Nigeria's political history was altered. with the incursion of the military into governance. 60 years ago, I providentially had the opportunity to begin to lead Nigeria. 60 years ago, our country stood on the brink of disintegration, and the circumstances of the time made me to renew my commitment to serve Nigeria with all my strength. But it is sheer coincidence that I am formally sharing the story of my life and what happened in our country 60 years after the occurrences. It was not planned to be so. As I entered the hall, I was immediately overwhelmed by the quality of attendance of this event. Each person present has a reason to be absent. I welcome serving and retired military personnel daily kept awake by the challenge of insurgency in the country. I appreciate political leaders who chose to be here instead of being on the field to chase tickets for political offices in 2027. I warmly acknowledge the presence of busy business executives who left their boardrooms despite mounting turbulence occasioned by happening in the Middle East. We have scholars and researchers who have paused their search for insights into political transitions and elite decisions making in the country. We also have friends and associates who should be pursuing several other interests. I'm sure our journalists are eager to amplify the story of aging statesmen. I warmly, but I think if they've heard Bishop Skuka's presentation, they don't have to come back to me at all. Thank you. I warmly and sincerely appreciate the presence of everyone here, everyone present here today. Thank you. God bless you all. As I said, publishing my autobiography in the 60th year of my becoming head of state is mere coincidence. I had no timetable in mind. Over several years, several individuals tried their best to persuade me to end the growing spate of misinformation and disinformation on me in national conversations. More pressure was mounted when rumors of my death gained ground. Not once, but many times, I think up to 4 times so far. I wonder how many more will be done. As you can attest today, These reports, to paraphrase the writer Mark Twain, were over-exaggerated. When I eventually decided to write, I was clear that I only needed to tell my truth, not join issues with anyone or sit in judgment over what might be considered right or wrong. I chose this path over my former stance to maintain silence, conscious, of the need to preserve institutional memory through a truthful documentation of my experience. Speaking out also became necessary because my story and that of Nigeria were too intertwined. So I needed to mind the gap and avoid feeding negative narratives that could reopen old wounds. My life of duty and allegiance is the result of strong collaborative efforts based on my lifelong recollections, the dedication of my research team that comprised my former press secretary, Elder Moses Ihonde, and the hard-working, bold-headed young man Dotun Adekombi, as well as the commitment of the publishers, the Havila Group, led by Abel Akogun, Landre Adesue. But the book is not celebration of me. Rather, as I wrote, it is my modest attempt at expressing gratitude for the opportunity to serve Nigeria and to dream alongside individuals and groups that shared a boundless faith in our nation's future. Though many of them are no longer with us today, it is important for me to acknowledge their contributions from the depth of my heart. I cannot say it loudly enough that my belief in the long-term survival of Nigeria is total because my love for the country and its people is beyond question. Let me remember all those dedicated public servants, whether home or external affairs. May I recognize and appreciate all those few old officers of all the members of the armed forces and the younger ones who really toil so hard, and we work together in order to preserve the unity of this country. Yes, some of them are now nearly as old as I am. Where is Akil Renade? Where is Ibrahim Haruna? You remembered our in a battle, Onitsha battle, telephone battle? Honestly, and I remember also all the, our natural rulers throughout the country. Honestly, the way they helped me with prayers and support, and to get their people, to support what we're trying to do. Well, I think we have this, the Sultan of Sokoto. Is it the grandson, or are you a son? Yeah. Of Sir Abubakar III, the Sultan of Sokoto. I can assure you, he had a very big effort to make sure that he really ensured there is peace. There is peace in the country, especially with the death, of his cousin, the Sultan of Sokoto. And I know the way he came to Lagos on a number of occasions in order to sue for peace so that Nigeria can continue. I remember that very dearly. Yes, honestly, I'm proud of all those who served with me at that time from 1966 to 1975, of all ages, and all the Nigerians also that really gave me the support. It is Nigerians that told me, when I read in the pages of newspaper, that, do you know the meaning of govern? I said, meaning of govern? Well, I know the meaning of govern, but what is it? So I read that newspaper. I don't know whether it was Herald in a newspaper, but when I read that, or Observer, when I read that paper and I saw that it says, the meaning of govern is go on with one Nigeria, I was surprised. I said, so that is that I should go on with one Nigeria. So it gave me it gave me further courage to make sure that, yes, that is what I will do. And I will ask all Nigerians to help me do that. And I can assure you, all Nigerians, that is all part of the country, rally it round. And this is where I want to remember one young man, Ukpabi Asika, a university lecturer. When I was looking for somebody that will now help me to look after the East, at that time. So I asked Obasanjo to please, contact some of the senior lecturers at the University of Ibadan, to find me somebody that I think is brave enough, to be able to accept to be either the governor or administrator in the East. And this is where, he did his best. I think he contacted Professor Ajayi and I think a number of others at the University of Ibadan, and they got one young man called Ukpabi Asika. And when he came to see me, I said to him, this is a task that I will not, if you are my brother, I will advise you not to take this, this suggestion. But from all that I heard from that young man, well, he was probably about the same age. What I heard of him, I was convinced that he has the courage, he has a belief and love for Nigeria, and certainly does not want the East to break away from Nigeria. And he accepted. And I can assure you, for what he did to look after the Eastern region at that time, for what he did, I was really very touched. And for that reason, we cannot afford to do anything that is going to harm or hurt, or leave a bad impression, from the East. I understand that his son, Asika, I think, are you here? If you are here, you better stand up so that I can see you, because I haven't seen you for many years. Oh, well, there you are. Thank you. Nice to see you. Now, today, Nigeria has again launched another cycle of preparation towards the general election in 2027. It goes without saying that we all must rise to contain the desperation frequently accepted by the political class who engage in what they love to call do or die politicking, and their inability to conduct free, fair, and transparent elections, even in matters as minor as intra-party elections, which has continued to plague our nation from colonial times. We must not give room to the naysayers who see no good in our nation and would rather label it as a failed nation. Each time I reflect on my service to my country, I become further persuaded that Nigeria can get better and achieve her potentials as the giant of Africa. On my watch as head of state, the country did not fall, and I am confident that the nation, despite all its challenges, still will not fall. But I'm worried that Nigerians never seem to get tired of presenting difficult solutions to simple problems, which they further complicate with more complex and ambiguous solutions that invariably generate tensions in the country. My belief is that this book, My Life of Duty and Allegiance, will help to correct misconceptions and fill the gaps in public narratives. For the proverbial ordinary man and those who currently shoulder the burden of leadership, I hope my story will show that public service is never a call to vain glory, but an aspiration of guardianship by those who would lead with conscience and conviction. I would like to say thank you to Bishop Kuka for really presenting this book. My goodness, I think he's made it even more better understood than probably when I read it. I thought probably it didn't explain enough, but he has done well. Thank you very much, Bishop Kuka, for the review, for beautiful review of the book. Now, what can one say other than to say to each and every one of you here today, of course, I know the chairman, of the occasion, and his dear wife, the the representative of Mr. President, our Vice President, is here, and all of you important personalities here. And where is my in-house agent, my special in-house agent? This is a young lady. When I try to get General Babangida in order to advise him for anything, and I cannot get him, no matter how much I try. I was lucky to be able to have her telephone number. And when I ring her, she said, "Wait, uncle, wait a moment," and she will take the telephone to him. And I believe she will stand there until he took the telephone and answer me. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, my special, and so I name her my special in-house agent. Yes, honestly, I'm really very touched with this reception, this book launch. All of you have done exceptionally well. I'm really grateful. My young youth service corps that gave me a guard of honor before I came, and of course a troop of them outside to welcome me here. Thank you, and to all of you who went through the youth corps through your life. Thank you for the service that you also rendered for the country. Well done to you all. Well, to all of you, what do we call you? The MC, Master of Ceremony? Yes, but she is not a mister. Thank you very much for a job very well done. And God bless each and every one of you. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the elder statesman, bridge builder, former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. Can we please give him a big round of applause as he goes down? Very quickly, please, the co-presenters and co-launchers who were meant to send in their notes or slips, please can we have them now so we can announce them? But very quickly, I'd like to welcome my Lord Honorable Justice Monica Benson B. Menson, Dongman Mensen, President Court of Appeal. My Lord, you're most welcome. We also want to appreciate very quickly the chairman of the occasion and his wife, former President of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan and Mama Peace. Can we please put our hands together for them? Our Vice President, thank you so much for your patience. We can't thank you enough. Then we are beginning to getting some money is coming in. 100, let me take this one first of all. We have the University of Abuja pledging the sum of 2.5 million naira. Please give them a round of applause. University of Abuja, that's the Yakubu Gowon University, Abuja. And then we have General and Mrs. Anthony Hanania pledging the sum of 500,000 naira for 2 copies of this book. Then we have the Secretary to Government of the Federation supporting the launch of this book with a sum of 20 million naira for 10 copies. Please keep the clap coming. Federal High Court picking 5 copies for 100,000 naira. 1 million naira, I beg your pardon. And then we have the Barewa Old Boys Board of Trustees led by Lawal Garba, who is a member. They are picking 100 copies at 100,000 naira each, totaling 10 million naira. Please can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, we're waiting for the slips to return to us as Daddy General Gowon returns to his set. And whilst he's at the verge of doing that, would like to please, appreciate the DG NYSC one more time, Brigadier General Nafiu. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Very quickly, a few more currencies coming in. Quickly, we'd like to announce 50 million naira. 50 million naira coming from Chief A.C. Okafor, OFR, who is standing in for Chief Emeka Okafor. Chief Bayo Ojo, former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, 500,000 naira, and he has paid in cash. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats briefly as we invite the man who was the Chief Press Secretary to General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, whilst he held sway as the head of state of Nigeria, and he also is privileged to also be the one that wrote the foreword of his book. Please, ladies and gentlemen, veteran journalist par excellence, please welcome with me Elder Moses Ihonde, former Chief Press Secretary to General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, whilst he was head of state of Nigeria. Can we welcome him with a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure. Now, Oga. Yes, please, we can do better with that round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. You do us a favor if you keep it very brief to help us a lot.
Okay, if you can take this.
Give me
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please permit me to stand on already established protocol to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you. Today has been more than a book launch. It has been a moment of history, reflection, and national memory. We have gathered not just to unveil an autobiography, but to honor a life of service, sacrifice, statesmanship, and enduring commitment to Nigeria. First and foremost, we acknowledge with profound respect the presence of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, as represented by his Vice, Alhaji Kashim Shettima, GCON, your presence has added immense honor to this occasion. We especially celebrate the author and celebrant, General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, elder statesman, patriot, peacemaker, and former head of state of Nigeria. Sir, your life continues to inspire generations, and this book stands as a gift, a testimony of wisdom and leadership to our nation and to the world. We sincerely also appreciate Mrs. Victoria Hansatu Gowon for her steadfast support throughout this remarkable journey. We express our gratitude to the distinguished presenter, General T.Y. Danjuma, GCON, and all the co-presenters, whose generosity and support made this launch possible, including Alhaji Aliko Dangote, Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, Otumba Michael Adenuga, Mr. Femi Otedola, Prince Arthur Eze, Chief Alex Okafor, Sir Chief Gabriel Igbinedion, Sir Jim Ovia, Alhaji Dahiru Barao Mangao, Mr. Tony Elumelu, Honorable Jerry Damara, and Pastor Mesoma Dixon, and Alhaji Seyu Dantata. We sincerely appreciate your commitment to preserving history and honoring leadership. We appreciate Mr. Lanre Idowu for the excellent editorial work of this book. His Lordship Bishop Matthew Kuka for his invaluable review. Mr. Dotun Adekombi, whom I have designated Special Assistant to General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, for his tireless coordination and logistics. Also, Havila Merchants for the professional publishing of this work. And our distinguished Masters of Ceremony, Eugenia Abu and Andy Gabriel, for their excellent performance. Finally, we give glory to Almighty God for preserving the life of General Dr. Yakubu Gowon and granting him the grace to document this remarkable journey. To all our distinguished guests and all of you who have honored this invitation, I say thank you. Thank you for adding dignity and warmth to this historic occasion. Finally, my prayer is that God may bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm fine, thank you, sir. Thank you. Elder Ihonde, Press Secretary to General Yakubu Gowon when he served as head of state. And if you have read the foreword of this book, he says, I was a young officer when I assumed duty as press secretary. And today at 89, I'm blessed to have the opportunity to contribute to values of humility, hard work, honesty of purpose, instilled in General Gowon since childhood, guided his working life all the time, because everything is about the truth. A round of applause for Elder Ihonde, who also wrote the foreword. delivering a vote of thanks is very difficult, and I think he aced it. We thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 3 months after being commissioned at the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, March 1957, 3 months after that, Ghana gained independence. And the Ghanaians had a gait that was special, and they showed some superiority over Nigerians, and General Gowon wished it was his country. He says, "I'm a proud Nigerian, born exactly 20 years after Nigeria's birth in 1934. Let's give a round of applause to General Gowon, please. Those are quotes from the book that everybody must have. The Governor of Benue State, Your Excellency, is here in representation by Dr. Jimmy Ajim, Director General Plenipotentiary. He's here representing Governor of Benue State, and Colonel Tunde Akogun, whom you remember well, and Mrs. Akogun are also here. I'd like to inform you that refreshment of VIPs is to the right, and others will receive their bags outside as they make their way out. We have the Public Complaints Commission Ombudsman. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they have given 3 million, Nigeria Ombudsman Public Complaints Commission, we thank you. Your Excellencies, this man shows exemplary leadership each time. He gave his podium to the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, and gave his podium to General Gowon and helped him up. I'd like to invite a man, the triple threat, to come forward, to come and introduce him. I'm afraid, Your Excellency, the SGF will introduce you properly. SGF, please come forward. Thank you, sir. A former senator, a former governor, and now SGF will introduce the Vice President.
Your Excellencies, former President, Your Excellency, my brother, representative of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, spouses of Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I came in a little bit late. I came in from Lagos. I was with Mr. President, and inclement weather disturbed our flight path, but I'm happy I happen to be here. Your Excellency, the President, ably represented, I want to say just 1 or 2 things before I invite my boss to make his statement. 1, General Gowon is our in-law of the Tiv people. The sister was married to a Tiv man, Mr. No. Thank you very much, sir. 2, Bishop Kuka mentioned something very topical, but he made it very short about the Dimka coup. When Awudu Ogbe was elected chairman of our party, the old boss of King's College organized a dinner for him. On the eve of the dinner, Alison Aida, former Secretary of Government of the Service, was present, and I think at that time he was the president of King's College Old Boys Association. In Awudu Ogbe's house, I think we were 10, just about 10, he made a comment which was very interesting. He said something that after the announcement by Mr. President of those involved in the coup, he sent him to the British High Commissioner to say that he was not sure whether he was involved in that coup or not, and he shouldn't release General Gowon because he couldn't guarantee his safety. He wasn't sure of his capability in that coup. I just want to say this for emphasis. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite my distinguished senior, the representative of the President to make the President's statement. Invited, sir.
Thank you so much. About 6 years ago, precisely 31st May 1961, President John F. Kennedy and Mrs. Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy arrived in Paris, France. It was JFK's first trip overseas as then President of America, and the stakes were high. Jacqueline stepped effortlessly into her role, flirtatiously speaking French with Charles de Gaulle, of course with her elegance, grace, and charm, captivating Parisians. Her husband was proud, realizing that she could be an effective ambassador and diplomat. It was on this trip that he made the famous statement, "I am the man who accompanied Jacqueline Kennedy to Paris." As a young primary school pupil in Maiduguri, when General Yakubu Gowon paid a state visit to the then Northeast, we all lined up, not to see him, but to see his elegant, beautiful First Lady, Field Marshal Victoria Gowon. Since her exit, that role became famous only with the late Mariam Babangida. And of course, seated here is one of the most colorful and famous First Ladies of Nigeria, Dame Patience Jonathan. Our celebrant, elder statesman, the last man standing, former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, and his dear wife, Mrs. Victoria Gowon. The former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR. The former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and chairman of the occasion, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, and his dear wife, the former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Dame Patience Jonathan. The former head of state, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, ably represented by the former first daughter, Mrs. Aisha Babangida. The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, ably represented by the wife of the Chief of Staff to the President, Mrs. Salamatu Bajabiamila. The President of the Senate, ably represented by distinguished Senator Ireti Kingibe. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the card with 9 lives, Senator George Akume. The Executive Governor of Plateau State, His Excellency Barrister Kale Manese Mutpong. The former Chief of Staff, former Minister of Defense, and the book presenter, General T. White Anjuma, ably represented by General Martin Luther Agwai. My colleagues in the Federal Executive Council, too numerous to mention, the Minister of Budget and Planning, the Minister of Arts and Culture, the Minister of Defense, and so many of them. The former governors here. I must mention Alhaji Ahmed Adamu Muazu, and of course, I last saw Babatunde Raji Pashola, but he is now conspicuously absent. The President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Monica Romgan Mensem, the Special Advisor to the President on General Duties, Office of the Vice President, and former FCT Minister, Dr. Aliyu Modibo Umar, and other senior presidential aides, heads of federal government agencies and parastatals, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III. My two very good friends, I call them my brothers. Both of them are very erudite, and both of them have a penchant for calling a spade not by any other thing but his name. Very controversial people. My brother is Royal Highness, the Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi II, and of course, my Lord, the Bishop of the Sokoto. He is vertically challenged but intellectually robust, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. Our elder statesmen, General Alani Akinridadi, General IBM Haruna, General Al-Wali Kazir, General Abdurrahman Bello Dambazo, General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, and my very good friend, I call him my friend in spite of the fact that he is just a year or two older than me, General Laki Erabo. The group chief executive of Habila Group, Akogun Lare Adeshui, and his dear wife, our spiritual leaders here present, especially the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Archbishop Daniel Oko. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of the scions of former colleagues of General Yakubu Gawan, retired Brigadier Abba Malari, son of the late General Zakari Malari, Minister of Agriculture, Senator Abubakar Kyari, son of the late Brigadier Abba Kyari, Air Commodore Kur Mohammed, son of the late Colonel Kur Mohammed Pama, and of course, my sister Aisha Babangida, and Mohammed Abacha, son of the late General Sani Abacha. Members of the fourth estate of the Rim, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. A nation that misplaces its memory soon begins to quarrel with its own reflection. A society without memory becomes an orphan in time. It is condemned to inherit confusion from one generation to the next. This is why we need the recollections of those who have walked the difficult path before us. Today offers us such a solemn privilege to see Nigeria reflected in the memory of one of the nation's most enduring custodians, a witness whose life has become part of the archive of the Republic. Autobiography, when written by a life of consequence, is one of the noblest forms of national archiving. It permits a citizen to return to the arena of action with the humility of hindsight. It allows power to explain itself after the noise of the moment has faded. It gives the Republic access to the inner weather of decisions that once appeared to the rest of us as thunder on the distant horizon. That is why we are gathered here today. We are here because General Yakubu Gawan has given Nigeria a volume of memory at a time when our country needs the discipline of remembrance. We are here because the story of a man who stood at the center of Nigeria's most testing years cannot be left to fragments, suspicion, and careless narration. We are here because the past, when honestly preserved, becomes a compass for the future. The timing is instructive. About half a century ago, Nigeria was confronted by a crisis that tested the imagination of the state and the endurance of its people. General Gawan belonged to that severe hour. History placed upon his shoulders the burden of a country struggling to remain whole. the decisions of that period, cannot be understood by those who examine them with the arrogance of comfort. They must be approached with sobriety, because every generation that inherits peace must learn to speak gently about the choices made in the season of peril. When the guns fell silent, Nigeria needed more than the silence of weapons. It needed the language of return, the syntax of healing, and the assurance that citizenship will not be reduced to a verdict passed by the bitterness of war. The famous declaration of no victor, no vanquish entered our national vocabulary because it answered a deep need in the soul of the Republic. It told a bruised country that survival will have to be built on reconciliation, and that reconciliation will have to be strengthened by policy, patience, and trust. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the reasons General Gawan's story remains indispensable. He understood that unity cannot be sustained by speeches alone. Unity must be given institutions. It must be given rituals of encounter. It must be given roads, schools, service, federal balance, and shared experiences that persuade citizens to see one another as partners in destiny. The National Youth Service Corps, for instance, stands in that tradition. For generations, young Nigerians have crossed the rivers of language, faith, and culture through that program. Many discovered, sometimes for the first time, that the stranger from another region could become a friend, a colleague, a spouse, a mentor, or for the first time, witness to the vastness of Nigeria. The governor of Plateau State met and married his wife from Delta during his service year. General Gawan also represents a deeper rebuke to the merchants of division. In the lazy vocabulary of prejudice, the North is often misdescribed as one religious bloc, while the South is equally imprisoned in the stereotypes of those who profit from suspicion. His life compounds that poverty of imagination. Here was a Christian son of the North, a child of the North Central, a soldier, accepted across lines that others tried to harden into walls, a Nigerian whose example showed that identity can be carried without hostility. His story teaches us that the Nigerian project becomes stronger when a citizen refuses to become a weapon in the hands of sectarian entrepreneurs. General Gawan's place in history also travels beyond our borders. West Africa remembers him as one of the builders of regional cooperation. The formation of ECOWAS remains one of the great acts of political foresight on our continent. It was born from an understanding that neighboring nations must do more than exchange flags and ceremonies. They must exchange goods, ideas, security cooperation, diplomatic competence, and economic opportunity. In that vision, General Gawan saw West Africa as a community of shared burdens and shared possibilities. That regional vision is still urgent today. The challenges before West Africa have changed in form, yet their underlying demands remain familiar. We need cooperation against insecurity. We need trade that empowers our young people. We need diplomacy that prevents conflict from becoming contagion. We need a region where borders do not become barricades against prosperity. The wisdom embedded in the ECOWAS project continues to remind us that the destiny of Nigeria is tied to the stability and progress of its neighbors. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are people who are remembered because they held office. There are others whose memory endures because office became in their hands an instrument of national meaning. General Gawan belongs to the second company. His public life is inseparable from the story of Nigeria's survival. Yet his later years have given that story another kind of beauty. He has shown that dignity can outlive authority, that patriotism can outlast position, and that a former leader can remain a moral presence without turning himself into a rival institution. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the gift of today's book. It offers younger Nigerians a chance to encounter leadership beyond slogans. It offers public servants a mirror in which to examine the course of decisions. It offers historians material for deeper study. It also offers policymakers a reminder that the state is built by memory as much as by law. It offers all of us a warning that countries do not endure by accident. They endure because in the hours when collapse appears possible, some men and women choose duty over vanity. General Yakubu Gowon's autobiography is therefore a civic inheritance. It should find its way into libraries, classrooms, barracks, universities, policy institutes, and homes. It should stimulate debate without malice. It should imbibe scholarship without prejudice. It should provoke gratitude without suppressing inquiry. A serious nation does not fear its history. A serious nation studies it, argues with it, learns from it, and uses it to build a wiser future for the citizenry. As we present this book to the public, we honor more than the author's longevity. We honor a life that has crossed the frontiers of command, exile, scholarship, elderhood, and service. We honor a Nigerian who has remained devoted to the peace of the country through many seasons of our national evolution. We honor a witness to history who has now placed his recollections in the custody of the Republic. On behalf of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I congratulate General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, on the public presentation of this autobiography. I commend the book to the conscience of our nation, to the curiosity of our young people, and to the judgment of history. Some few weeks back, I was opportune to be a party to a meeting of Plateau elders with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's a substantial Plateau presence here. I urge you, I beseech you, I beg you in the name of God, for the sake of the last man standing, let us unite as a people. As Martin Luther King said, let us learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. To say that I was disappointed by that encounter is an understatement. I am a Kanuri man from Borno. Half of the people of Central Plateau are claiming descent from Borno. Moshere, the Ronkushere, and 11 other allied tribes, the Magapal, the Ngas, the Bogom, are all claiming descent from Borno. In the Ngas language, the name for head is Kla. In the Kanuri language is Kla. The name for leg in the Ngas language is Shi. In the Kanuri language is Shi. How are you? Aye is the same in Ngas and is the same in Kanuri. Some of the major dramatis personae in the episodes in Plateau are the Biroms. And the Biroms are claiming ancestry from Gobir. And if you take the picture of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and juxtapose it with that of His Royal Highness the Bongomjo, there is a remarkable resemblance, which shows that they are essentially the same people. I urge you, the people of Plateau, as a tribute to the last man standing, let us unite and face our challenges of poverty, insecurity, and destitution. We are all stakeholders in this project. We have to make peace, because there can never be development without peace, and there can never be peace without development. The proverbial Garden of Eden that Plateau is can generate billions in floriculture for the nation. There are certain crops that are unique to Plateau. We can grow avocados for export. We can expand the Jos Airport. We can grow flowers. We can even grow coffee. There is a Moishai coffee that is domiciled in Plateau. So, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is a great country. 1 out of every 4 black men is a Nigerian. And by 2050, Nigeria will be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. We will surpass the United States. Our population will hit 440 million people. And by the end of the century, when all of us here have become poor tenants in the home of the earthworms, Nigeria will be the most populous nation on earth. 1 out of every 2 black men will be a Nigerian. I am proud to call myself a Nigerian. I would rather be a small fish in a big ocean than be a big fish in a small ocean. His Eminence the Sultan of Sokoto has been narrating this story of the family of the Sultan sending gallons of pura every week to General Yakubu Gowon in Dodon Barracks. Because of the trust and confidence, General Gowon was willingly, without any suspicion. But now, the game is different. Suspicion smears our relationships, and it ought not to be. We are essentially one people tied to a common destiny. And lastly, permit me to pay tribute to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on a similar episode. When we were campaigning for him to emerge as the aspirant of the APC, we were going around the north. You know, we the people of Borno, unlike the Sokoto people, we are the best dressed northerners. So, you know, so I got some Wagambali materials and caps for him to blend with the northern crowd. So it fitted him very well. So his aides were saying, please produce more. It fitted him. Barely 3 months when we were sworn into office, some of my people from Borno came to him and said, please stop wearing those Shetima clothes. He must have charmed them, and you are going to die, and he will become the president. Just barely 3 months, and to the eternal credit of the president, when I came back from China, where I represented him at the Bells and Roads Initiative conference, he said, sit down. Your people came to me and said, I should stop wearing those dresses you gave me. But he said their story did not add up, because when you gave me those dresses, I was an aspirant. I wasn't the candidate. Neither were you the vice presidential candidate. For 1 week, to prove to them that he is not pettish, he wore those dresses. These are some of the gimmicks that is taking place in power cycles in Nigeria nowadays. I want to thank you. Baba, Mona Alpari Dake, we are very, very proud of you. Keep on building bridges, and may you live long. May we witness your 100th birthday and 120th birthday celebration. Long live the Republic of Nigeria. Long live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's always a delight. Can we please rise in his honor? What a quintessential speaker he is. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A quintessential speaker he is. But please, before we bring it to a close, I'd like to announce that the event is not coming to an end yet because the Vice President has to leave. And so as soon as we're done, we'll take the national anthem as he leaves. We'll continue with the book presentations, and those who would want to support will continue to support. Please, the event is not by any way over yet. We also have lunch that will be served afterwards. As soon as His Excellency gets to his stage, to his seat, we'll be calling for the national anthem. I would like to appreciate you. National anthem, please, NYSC. Wish you a very pleasant day, Your Excellency. General Ike Nwachukwu, we are still appreciating your presence here, and it's pertinent to mention that you're here. Professor Jerry Ghana, and of course we have a contribution coming from Afe Babalola University. Two copies of this book for 500,000 naira. Afe Babalola University, thank you so very much. The Ombudsman of Nigeria, led by the Honorable Chief Commissioner, Honorable Bashir, has supported these book presentations with some
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Remy, so glad to have you on the program today. The recent surge in schools abductions and the senseless killings of kidnapped victims in Oyo State have sent shockwaves throughout Nigeria. I don't know if you were bold enough to watch that video, but that is exactly what these terrorists want. They want to give everybody the chillings, the shock, so that we all begin to contribute money for the release of those they are holding behind. At least 87 students and teachers were abducted from different schools in Oyo and Borno states over the weekend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Governor Seyi Makinde expressed their distress yesterday like helpless hens, unable to protect their chicks from predatory hawks. You know, in the village, when you see the hen running after the hawk coming around, sometimes very helplessly. That's what we are seeing in government officials. Governor Makinde assured Nigerians that efforts will be made to rescue the students and teachers, the same usual promises. In their attempts to calm anxious relatives and the wider public, Oyo leaders, including the police, say they will deploy both kinetic and non-kinetic measures to rescue the victims. You are familiar with those things. Cane and carrots. Give them if they want, and then we have been seeing that. On his part, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum announced that the state government is actively working with the military and police forces to rescue the 42 students and children, including babies, adopted from schools in Musa Askira Uba local government area of the state. I mean, they were told that they were just babies babies that are sucking the breast, they were also part of those they adopted. In fact, we saw one of the women carrying, in your state, we saw one of the women kidnapped carrying a baby behind her. President Tinubu, as usual, condemned the latest wave of school abductions and the killings of the teacher that we all saw yesterday in the media. The situation is reminiscent of the confusion and outcry that followed the abductions of Chibok girls during the Jonathan administration. Ironically, many of those who criticized Jonathan and labeled him with unpredictable names for not acting swiftly enough to save those girls are the ones in power today, making similar promises to distressed citizens all over Nigeria when these things happen. These terrorists appear to know their game, and in the absence of any meaningful response from what I can call lazy governments over the years, they have turned Nigeria into a huge feed of ransom collection for fundraising. They use the videos of victims, including the bloodletting, to whip up sentiments and pressure on both Nigerians and the government to pay ransom. And we are here just looking at the whole picture, almost helplessly. Now, the primaries of the APC, beginning from the weekend into yesterday's exercise to pick candidates for the Senate contest, ended in confusion and multiple declarations of results in clear show of undemocratic power play. We will be telling you what we know about the contents in the contest and the contents of their actions in parts of Nigeria. And our guest on today's program is Senator Nenda Imasuen, the incumbent APC senator representing Edo South in Nigerian Senate. He claimed that he was kicked out of the primaries by the leaders of the party. And let us meet my colleagues as usual. I have Mustafa Mohammed on the far right. Mustafa, welcome to the program. And it is, if we keep quiet and everybody keep quiet about this insurgents, that is, the government probably will not get the message very clearly. We need to say it in a very hard way and say it in harder than we have ever said before, that they are failing Nigerians and the Nigerians are helpless as we speak. We have so many people in captivity, and the only thing we hear is lip service, promises, and all that we want to hear.
You know, when you are analyzing conflict, you don't appeal to emotions just like our administrations usually do. They kidnap people, we are going to get them now, trying to calm down. What are those things that have been leading to continuous problems of security in Nigeria? Like I mentioned yesterday, you have issues of ungoverned spaces, poverty, which also give rooms to a lot of social ills in the country. And then even the involvement of some politicians, for example, arming talks. When you arm political talks and they no longer get money, they go into robbery.
Particularly if you have given them guns.
Definitely, and now that election has come, the problem is going to be compounded. So it's rather unfortunate that this thing continues to happen in Nigeria. The Boko Haram war is over a decade right now. The displacement is so massive. And this problem has crept to places like Zamfara, Katsina. Whole villages burnt. Now we are talking about southern Nigeria. So where does this problem come
now, Amechi, I would have thought that. I mean, I'm not a military person. I don't claim to have the experience. But I know that I'm also knowledgeable in strategic studies at a very higher level of study. Now, one would have thought that because of the experience we had at Chibok and all those ones we have seen, there should be a rapid response from volunteers, from the military, but coordinated by the government. You come to Oyo State, you go from one school to the other. From one school to the other. They take their time. How do they, is it in a truck they put them, or in the case of Chibok, they put them at the back of motorbikes, and take them away. They take their time, move them away long distances into the forest, and we don't have any response?
When ordinary citizens are picked even from their homes, because they have moved from picking them on the highways to right inside their homes, they are left on their own. They are left on their own to negotiate for ransom, a limited ransom. So these terrorists understand that if you target soft target schools, it will draw the attention of the whole world, and the ransom will run into billions of naira. And I repeat again, they are raising money from Nigeria to finance the activities even across the Sahel region, because they know that the money is here in Nigeria, get some school children, and you rake in billions. So we ask questions, where do they get money to finance the activities? This is one of them. And they are taking advantage. So I'm expecting a different response. And we appealed. The government, for once, do something different. This new Special Advisor on Homeland Security, this falls directly under his purview. Now, he has to begin to live to expectations based on, yes, he has been within the corridors of the national intelligence, military intelligence, all through his career in the military and all through the period he worked in the Office of the National Security Advisor. If for no other thing, he sees to the quick takeoff of state police, he can draw credit from that. Let it be something different that we are seeing the government is doing. Quickly establish state police. Let communities and states take responsibility for their security, with the federal government complementing, and we hope to see something different, a form of improvement.
Why? I don't know how to situate it, because when I saw the video yesterday, I can tell you it took me a lot of energy, and I couldn't completely watch it, because it takes you deep into the crisis. You have to put your legs in the shoes and assume you were doing it. And nobody is actually too particularly exempted from. You can run into this crisis, and anybody who feels it's not part of it, it's happening to them. And I also want to ask, Uju, do you know of anybody who has not contributed to ransom? I have contributed three occasions from the community. A lot of pressure. That so 3 communities I belong to differently. The person has been kidnapped. You will need to contribute, even if it is 50,000 naira that you have. There's hardly any Nigerian. If you see 10 Nigerians, at least 6-7 people have made contributions for ransom in the entire country. So we are all contributing. Yeah. We are making contributions, and nobody seems to be bold enough to come up and say, we have to free the person, because at that time what is important to you is for the person to be freed.
Yes, of course. I recall that some weeks back, one of our colleagues too was kidnapped, and of course, as a family. And
the WhatsApp fundraising was
exactly. I mean, what was uppermost was, let him just return, safe. Let them not do anything to him. Like you saw what happened to that poor teacher. I was just thinking yesterday, I couldn't watch it through, just like you. So, poor man, he's struggling for his salaries to be paid, struggling for better pay, and from that struggle to another kind of peril, and that was most unfair. It's so sad that up to this moment, the government has not been able to get some concrete answers for the insecurity that has pervaded the land. We talk about safe school initiative. This thing has been on for a while now, but we don't understand why schools are left unmanned, schools are left unpoliced. Yes, unpoliced, particularly even in the very vulnerable areas in the north. Schools are left unpoliced. You can drive through 3-4 towns and you do not see a police officer or army officer in any school in that area. And you begin to wonder, is it that we are happy when these things happen? Is it that we wait for these things to happen before we start running helter-skelter? I think that there should be more proactive measures. Let's not mouth this thing. Let's get down to action. Let government begin to actually make our schools safe, except, of course, if we want to breed a generation of illiterates, a generation of uneducated people, because people are even so scared of sending their children to school. Look at somewhere like Oyo. Who would have believed that such a thing can happen in Oyo State? It's like it's getting closer home from Kwara. Kwara, that used to be one of the safest states, now Oyo. Government has to do something. Let's make our schools safe, and let's make Nigerians safe. It's so difficult. Many times you just think, God, I mean, one can wake up in the middle of the night now and No.
Yes,
This is unacceptable.
So
This is unacceptable.
For a ransom payment, same way we contribute money for
weddings and
grand health problems. We do it for burials, so citizens are bearing more burdens where governments have washed their hands off the
And
responsibility.
would you hit the nail on the head, talking about schools, even churches?
Yes.
Even churches. I mean, they are also vulnerable because they target places where you have so many people.
Capacity to
for negotiation.
But beyond that, Okiria, I think the issue of security architecture has been discussed for a very long time. But for some of us who had a bit of knowledge on security strategy, would always say that policing our perimeter is always better than guarding individual VIPs. If you guard parameters, you restrict the movements and activities of bad elements. Look at our society. You move around some of the big areas, you find 5, 10, 12 personnel guarding one family at a gate.
What about those who drive you off the road?
There was a day I was almost pushed off the road around behind that Sheraton. The convoy of the customs CG when he was appointed. So there are so many of such VIPs. If we guard our parameters, we protect everybody. But when we guard individuals, those bad elements have the opportunity and knowledge to move around and carry out whatever thing they want to carry out.
We have to say it the way we want to say it. There's no mixing words. There's no need to color it. What is bad, according to what the popular say in Yoruba land, what is bad is bad. There's no need, there's nothing, no way to say it is bad, is bad. Government is failing, government is failing. There's no need to color it. They are not living up to responsibility. They are quite secured. They move around with convoys. Not the economic challenges don't touch them. They don't belong to WhatsApp groups where they contribute money. They don't pray overnight for problems that government can solve. And they are asking God to come and solve the problem. This is the problem Nigerians are facing. We have to let you know that unless you begin to live responsibly and govern responsibly, the impact on the people will not be felt. Let us move over to the 8PC primaries. But after we come back from this break, we will tell you how irresponsibly the APC primaries were conducted around yesterday in the name of any other thing but democracy. We'll take a break, we'll come back, we'll give you some of the things we know about the primaries that went on yesterday, how multiple declarations of results manned the spaces, particularly in South Nigeria. Don't go away.
You know, say I don't begin to register people for voters card, and this registration when they do so, that will be the last one when they will do before 2027 general election. I don't begin to register people from on the 11th of May, and they go close on the 10th of July 2026. If you know say you never registered before, or you just clock 18 years, won't enter any INEC office where they near you, or you first visit us online, where be www.cvro.inecnigeria.org to pre-register. And when you do that, you must enter INEC office where you're able to do your fingerprint and your photograph. If you relocate and you won't vote for your new location, or your PVC don't lost or damaged, not register afresh, just enter INEC online portal or enter any INEC office, apply for transfer or another PVC. My people, make una no waste time again. Register, make you free vote. Now you're right. Now INEC they bring una this message. Now we they make una vote count. Now we they make our democracy stand gidigba.
In the hallowed chamber.
On the platform, the most contentious and controversial conduct and declaration of the APC primaries were in the south of Nigeria. From Rivers to Delta to Edo State, this was where you saw a lot of anxieties. I don't want to talk about the counting. Some persons posted videos, laughable videos of counting from 1 to like 6 and they jump to 100, and then in multiples of 100, 200, 300, Those were, I thought they were jokes until we started to see that, look, there were no jokes at all. In Edo Delta, parallel announcements were made of each of the by each of the Senate contenders, declaring themselves as winners. Let's take some clips of some of the things we saw yesterday trending on social media and those brought in by some of our correspondents. Let's take some clips.
Even the elders in the entire local government, about 100-something years, today can see queuing behind me because he is happy to preach the gospel of the renewed hope agenda. Tinubu have done very well. If not for anything, today you can see what the Minister of FCT is doing in Abuja.
They should be encouraged that they should remain calm. That's again is why I am calling on the National Party, is that they should look at these terms of equity.
And I thank the people of Cross River North Senatorial District for always standing by me. This is an encouragement to me, and I'm poised to doing more.
We thank our people for their resilience. In many places, those who were entrusted with the responsibility of coming to county refused to come. In all the places, they refused to bring result sheets. Votings. And the primaries will fail. And so they counted. And in many places, security personnel were there to see what was happening. INEC was there to see what was happening. And of course, our members were there with their membership slip. And I can tell you that even before I got back to Benin, all the reports I got was clear. But apart from Ovia Southwest, we had won in the remaining 6 local governments.
Power only comes from God. There is nothing that was not done about these primaries. It was like a governorship election, but today, Almighty God has vindicated the actual APC leaders and their delegates. So I want to call on my senior brothers who contested against me. Both of them are my senior brothers. I want to call on them, their party leaders, that in the spirit of oneness in the APC family, they should join us.
Thugs came and invaded the place. Shot in the air, shot at my car. I can show you the bullet mark. Started trying to machete people, beating people up. They disrupted the entire process. Now, that is not even bad enough. I am getting reports from all over the senatorial district that the same thing is happening, and that they are not allowing my supporters to even get onto the field.
So, but for you to now begin to mischaracterize us and say that you step down because there's planned violence is very disturbing. Everyone knows that my position has been that of peace. Normally in Ogun State, around this time, there has been a total breakdown of law and order. But today, everybody in Ogun State is going about their normal duties.
On behalf of all of us, not separately, we have jointly and individually accepted to step down without any coercion, without any inducement. We have decided to step down for our senator, distinguished Senator Patrick Ndubezi.
This is the handwork of Mr. President. Mr. President has laid this foundation for long. That is what we are doing here. No imposition. We allow people to speak, to choose those that will serve them. And this is what we are simply doing here. The exercise is peaceful.
But for you to now begin to mischaracterize us and say that you step down because there's planned violence is very disturbing. Everyone knows that my position has been that of peace. Normally in Ogun State, around this time, there has been a total breakdown of law and order. But today, everybody in Ogun State is going about their normal duties.
There is a speculation that Nasarawa State, there is issue, there is problem, there is crisis as far as the primary election concerned. But when we came in, we try to engage with all aspirants, with all concerned members of our party.
Thank you. I think you have gotten some dose of what we also saw yesterday. Now, I'm very careful picking my words this morning on describing the APC primaries. In some parts of Nigeria, some states, elections were declared and there were no rancor, and they just, maybe the protest will come in later. In some parts, then you have double declarations, and contenders, contestants claiming victory and saying they won. We have some results, and the independent, their own electoral body, talking about those committees and those people they set up to go and conduct the elections, started issuing some statements. Some came up to say, don't announce the result, that the results will be announced in Abuja. I heard Omo Agege in one of the clips saying he has, like a gentleman that he is, collated the results by himself from his agents. He has seen that he has won, but that he's waiting for Abuja to announce the result. And I say, what are you talking about, gentleman? You conduct an election in a particular place, you wait for Abuja to validate and tell you this is the result. And I saw the press statement issued, or the statement issued by the party saying they should not make any announcement. I have not seen democracy where elections are held, and from the ward local government to the district, and then they are not announced. You have to wait for it to be announced from Abuja. What manner of democracy is that? Now,
I was referring to individual announcements, maybe like the type made by Senator Omo Agege.
No.
They wanted to be the ones to release.
No, the statement is very clear. It wasn't the individual announcement. They said once they collate, they should allow the Abuja to have a say. They will validate it and decide how to. The statements, I think we have one that we can put on air for people to see. I saw a statement from APC and saying that.
Yes, the party issued a statement.
The party issued a statement
stating that they are the ones that we announced from Abuja.
I can't understand that.
It's just like the national election. INEC will tell you for state assemblies, for House of Representatives results for senatorial, the presiding officer can announce. But for state governor, for president, he gets to Abuja. Perhaps they tailored it that way, but we all know that
it couldn't have been tailored that way.
Guys, to really indeed the will of the party on the outcome of that process.
I had many analysts saying that it's like there has not been any rancor in northern Nigeria. They've not had people shouting or disagreeing. I said, no, the political culture in northern Nigeria is not about coming to shout your disagreements in the media. Most of them are angry because they were knocked out at the screening. With their supporters, they may definitely wait for the election, and then you cannot rule out the issue of anti-party as a result of the anger it has generated. There are so many people who wanted to return, but they have been knocked off because of the screening. Look at even the national list of those rejected, the senatorial screening. You have like 46, 47 out of 109 seats. That's too much for one party.
That's 7 senators. And then Rivers is quite interesting. The current Senator Palibo, former deputy governor, I think she was not disqualified. And then you found that just like the House of Representatives contest, the primary contest, all the ones from one side scaled through, the ones from the other side to Wike scaled through, and those lawyers to Fubara were asked to go and sit down.
The pattern we have seen during these primaries is that the party is trying to impose itself as being supreme. Now, whatever the outcome of the counting, the open ballot system. The party would decide. We've seen situations where some people claimed that these were the results. You mentioned the counting and all that. So there are instructions given, and it's clear mockery of democracy.
In fact,
I was asking myself, the primaries, direct primaries, is it better or worse off than the local council elections conducted by the CX, State Independent Electoral Commissions? Which one is better off? Can aspirants go to court based on the outcome? Is it justiciable? Does the Electoral Act protect the parties saying is their internal affair? Can they also go to court? I think because the Supreme Court has said if it is a matter relating to primaries, can approach us where a party is not seen to be following the rules it made for itself.
Unfortunately, this is the party in power in Nigeria that is also helping us to understand how citizens and every other persons or institutions should behave during elections. And you want to ask, if the APC cannot conduct elections at the primaries level and get results that we need to have that will be satisfactory,
credible results.
Credible results. How do we ensure that at the larger level, at the upper level, at the general level, that we will be able to stand and conduct the elections without any problem? Now, we are going to be joined by our guest shortly. Our guest is Senator Neda Maswen, the incumbent APC senator representing Edo South in the Nigerian Senate. He claims that he was kicked out of the primaries by the leaders of the party. And one of the questions we want to ask him will be how it feels to be shut out, gentleman that he is. But he decamped to the APC after being elected from the Labour Party during those Peter Obi's fiery days in Edo, that tsunami that drove everyone away. He was elected on the platform of the Labour Party, but he decamped to the APC, hoping to find favor with party leaders to be able to walk his way through to them. It appears they didn't take him into the inner room of the party.
That was that room.
They didn't take him into the inner room. He was just at the periphery. And when the time comes, they say
he was left at the sitting room.
We saw, is this sitting room? Let's ask him if he was left at the corridor or at the sitting room. Distinguished, thank you for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you for having me. And thank you for that light-hearted characterization of the situation.
Yeah, we saw you. Awesome. We saw you yesterday on very gently making your own comment to say you were shut out. You made calls, and they told you, look, clearly you are not supposed to be seen by anybody. You should just stay clear. They have decided what they want to do. Tell us what actually happened. What happened to you in Edo South?
Well, thank you again so very much. I went like any other loyal party person to cast my vote for myself and to also have my teaming supporters also vote for me. The method of the voting arrangement was each candidate should stand, and those supporting you should stand behind you, and then cast your vote, and then to be counted. But unfortunately, according to the directives have come, and so there will be only one line. There couldn't be any two lines. And I'm standing there. I said, listen, I'm here to vote for myself. I said, no. There has to be only one line, and that line is for the preferred candidate of the party. Oh. And when this situation was getting a little bit rowdy and I couldn't predict what next they would do, I had to take my leave from the scene. And this seemed to be replicated in almost all of the voting areas across Edo South Central.
So have you accepted it as the way it is, or are you going to take some steps towards correcting what you called an anomaly?
Well, it is an anomaly, all right. But again, APC It's a structured party. We have leadership from ground up to the top. And we are all subsumed under the leadership of our president, who is the leader of the party, our father. And so I know that justice will be done. It's still one party, and we'll support the party, support the president, and we'll do the best we can.
What form of justice? What form of justice are you thinking?
Are you going to court?
No. There are appeal mechanism that's open to all of us. And so I'm studying the situation, and I will make that move at the right and appropriate time.
At this point, do you regret having left the Labour Party?
To be honest with you, this question has been asked severally by different persons, and I've tried my best to answer that question honestly. Before I joined APC, I must be honest with you, I sat down with Mr. President himself one-on-one and told him I was joining the party to support him, to support his policies, and I can defend them because giving. Let me finish.
Let me ask this question.
You allow me to at least bring my thoughts to the conclusion. So, I sat with him and to join the party. At that time, again, we all have to be very dispassionate and be honest about it. The Labour Party was in shambles. We were one of those who did everything within our powers. If His Excellency Peter Obi is listening, he will also tell you they are one of those who pushed that we should look for a solution. We went to Abia for that meeting that we had that brought up the critical committee and all that stuff. But the likes of the Aburi and the rest were hell-bent on destroying the party. And so, apart from Abia, where we have a sitting governor, please tell me one other state that you think Labour Party is actually breathing. I don't see it. And so it's not, people will see it and say, oh, you came to power through Labour Party, now you abandoned. No, Labour Party abandoned us. That's the way I say it. And so for me, I have no regrets leaving Labour Party because as of the time I left, Labour Party was more or less its shadows, if at all.
Being in the Senate, being a senator, have you, do you have any regrets that you were part of the people who made legislations that made these political parties so powerful that they can knock off anybody during a contest without what many people felt is not a fair contest, that you just screen somebody out because you don't like his name or his face? Do you regret passing those laws with your colleagues?
Again, there's no regret. You know why? I've always said to friends and to those who are not in the parliament that when we consider Nigeria and we consider the policies and we consider the implementation of the policies, there's always the unknown factor. And that unknown factor is the Nigerian behavior. It doesn't matter what law you pass. You must always consider that factor. The Nigerian factor is heavy, is there, and you cannot push it over. It doesn't matter what law you formulate, you pass, it takes a Nigerian to implement that law. And that Nigerian's thinking must be altered positively for it to be able to do its right, what is right. And I've also argued in most of the, I'm sure when I appeared on AIT on a few occasions, that I said we have to go back to our primary schools and begin to change minds and attitudes of our Nigerians, telling them that they owe Nigeria a lot, such as Nigeria also owe them a lot.
All right.
And if we cannot bring these two factors together, tell me, What were you going to make? Even those behind us are already corrupt.
Now,
their minds are set up, their minds are different, and so we cannot just say you make a law and therefore this law is not going to work the way you envisaged. No, the Nigerian factor will always come in.
Now, distinguished, let me take you back to Edo South and the politics of these primaries and vis-a-vis the play-up that we have seen. What do you think is particularly bad with what is happening in Edo State? We have two declarations yesterday. One party declared for Ize Yamu, the other party declared for Ogbede Hama that they were the winner. You have two persons laying claim to the victory. What do you think really happened? And then secondly, did you think you didn't play politics well since you were elected, since you joined APC, that you were so driven away with such a speed and swiftness that you didn't have any force to even resist it? Those two questions in one, distinguished.
Well, let me take the last question first. If you know me, you also know that I will not play politics the way some people play politics. Nothing's going to make me do that. I don't have thugs. I don't go about with thugs, and I will never do that. I will not use force in whatever form to bend minds or to make people support me. Again, that I'm not going to do. And I don't have that kind of resources that, again, the Nigerian factor demands before certain things happen. I'm not going to steal. I'm not going to borrow money to do that. For me, politics is service, pure and simple. And if you're able to do that and your conscience is clear about what you are set to do and what you've been elected to do, to God be the glory. Second question is whether or not, what is the second question? Whether or not,
the second question on the power play in Edo, where you have two parallel results and people laying claim to.
Yes. That, to me, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate in the sense that the announcement of the results will be done by the NWC in Abuja, not here in Edo State or any of the states. And so for me, for us to go now and begin to declare each other as the winner of the primaries, I didn't subject myself to that. I'm not going to do it. But what I saw is the imposition, and that is what I believe that is not right. If you want fair play in primaries, let it be fair play. A situation where the party adopts candidates, because it's also in writing, where the party secretary said that a candidate has been adopted by the party, and that's the candidate we vote for, and that is, and in fact, the circular paragraph 4 of that circular said that all card-carrying members of the party to queue behind the party's choice candidate. And then they send the information out who the party choice candidate is, and everybody is been circulated all along, and we all know who they said is the choice candidate. So for me, that is just not right. But again, like I said, APC is a structured party. We have the leadership of the president, and we believe that justice will be done at some point. But in any case, as a loyal party member, I'm not going to stir up the heat of politics. So that I can drag a point through. No, I'm not going to do that.
Distinguished, we must appreciate you, but I now understand you better. After answering that my first question, I discovered that you went with no shishi into the APC, where they have a lot of shishi to spend. You didn't spend money, you didn't have money to spend, or if you had it, you didn't want to spend the money. You went with the Labour Party master of doing things without money, and your fingers got burnt in the APC as a result of this. Do you have a large, in your future steps to do politics? Will you reconsider looking for shishi to spend, or you want to go out of it?
I like the way you characterize things. Again, listen to me clearly. Politics, for me, if you want to serve the people and you offer yourself a service, then that is what you need to do. And I've done that, and I'll continue to do that. for me, it's going to dawn on our people at some point that this is not the way politics ought to be played. Perhaps that is based on my background. I mean, back in the US, I would pick up flyers for candidates when I leave work to distribute to different homes, knock on the door, vote for this Democratic candidate, vote for that. Nobody gives you water to drink even. You know, but you do it because you're a party man. You do it because you want your party to win.
All right.
And so that is the deal.
We must thank you. We must thank you. Thank you so much for being part of the political platform today. Unfortunately, you didn't work hard enough to provide electricity. They have taken light in your house. We don't have lights to see your face. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, now we have been speaking with APC Senator representing Edo South in the Nigerian Senate, talking about Nelda Imasuen. He was a smart guy, came in from the US, jumped into the Labour Party, very popularity then, and got a ticket, and against all odds, he won. But they just told him, you don't belong to us. You cannot come back again. Even when he made effort to join them, to say, let me decamp and join them, he's shown Pepe as well.
So we'll say, here, you know, that this thing has like a trend from the AD, the AC, ACN to APC. Remember, in those days, they say, look, these are original members, these are joiners.
Yes.
So it appears that that joiners factor is still there. And then in Ondo State, let us also not forget, what happened in Ondo yesterday was also disgraceful. There were gunshots.
Yes.
There was violence.
It's not the first time.
I think that's really
during their state convention, some people were killed, one or two lost their lives. So Ondo State is where you should keep an eye. The governor and other. But for the senator, a gentleman like you described him, but he got the baptism of fire when he went into APC. He chose the option of Jonathan. My blood is not what they. My vision is not what the yes, so for him, if you can't beat them, step aside. Don't
you join them.
No, he has opted not to join them.
Okay, we will just take our mails now, and if we have time, we will quickly tell you what the governor, Mustafa will explain to us the video of what the governor of Kano said. He said the governor claimed that Kwakwasho called him a boy. And he has threatened that if he calls him a boy again, he will start talking. Let's take the mails. I will come back to that Arapo.
Well, the first one is from Emeka Mba from Abuja here. The All Progressives Congress, he says, state congresses ongoing across the country have been largely characterized by the desperation of the various state governors and powers that be to select and impose candidates of their choice. There were reports of undemocratic practices in various places, resulting in violence and even gunshots. I make bold to submit that a ruling party that cannot organize and conduct free, fair, credible, and acceptable primaries cannot be trusted to organize general elections that will meet the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. And this is a glimpse and test run of what is to be expected in the upcoming 2027 general elections. And John Peters from Port Harcourt says, Nigeria is gradually normalizing electoral irregularities, and that is dangerous for our democracy. Then came the APC primaries last weekend, where Nigerians watched strange counting methods openly favor certain aspirants, while others were denied fairness. Everyone saw it, yet nothing happened. The real danger is this. When manipulation is tolerated at party primaries, many citizens will naturally fear that the same thing may happen during the 2027 general elections. And afterwards, the usual response will be, go to court. Democracy cannot survive on courtroom slogans alone. It survives on transparency, credibility, and public trust.
From Port Harcourt in Rivers State, we cross over to neighboring Bayelsa State, where Victor Ebi is writing from, and he says, while pump price is rising, economy crumbling, and job losses, our politicians are busy doing the only thing they know how to do best, which is care for themselves. All they know is one election to another election. It's like they are more curious of the next election than the umpire, INEC. Why this is going on around the world, heads of states are going to China to book a seat for the future. In case our leaders don't know, electric vehicles slowly but surely replacing conventional gasoline vehicles. These electric vehicles companies are looking for business-friendly environments to build factories. We should grab this opportunity now, just as we did with Peugeot. Ugochukwu Godwin from Lagos, Nigeria's Commercial News Center says, El-Rufai is fighting 3 agencies of government at the same time: ICPC, EFCC, and DSS. Because of some claims he made on TV, his stringent bail conditions have made it almost impossible to release him. Same man worked for the president in 2023, but the forces that be didn't want him to be a minister. What changed? He asked. Well, maybe our power issue would have been resolved, but some people won't be happy with his swearing status, as he may have a shot at the presidency in 2031. I urge the AGF to take this case to court for speedy dispensation. His health and mental health of his family matters. He deserves fair hearing instead of this seeming persecution he ends. El-Rufai got a bill?
No, he got a bill. I hope he can perfect it.
Yeah. That's what he should be working towards now.
And you keep on sending mails to us through political platform at darkgroup.com. Just as we wrap up, 1 second, Mustafa Mohammed. Don't call me a boy. If you call me a boy the next time, I will open my mouth. Is there a problem deeper than what we know in Kano?
You know, it's not just Kano. In politics, your boss can call you his boy. In business, your boss can call you a boy. And it's our political...
No, he says he's only 6 years older than him.
Even if he's 1 day older than him. A godfather is a godfather. Even if he's 1 day older. So sometimes your godfather can even be younger than you. It's all about God's own elevation, whether it's in politics, business, or even traditional rulership. But I also call on Abba to be cautious. He knows what Konkozo has done for him in his life.
But he has been cautious, to be fair to him. He had appealed to his supporters not to do name calling. But what he's saying is that there's an extent to which I can tolerate verbal attacks, that if you do it again, I will let
He should just calm down. He should just calm down. A father is a father. They were eating from the same plate. He brought him up politically. If so only for that reason, no, he should. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
All right, we have to go now. Political platform will be back tomorrow as usual with all these reports, the analysis that we have, and your mails. Please keep a date with us tomorrow as we make. So I advise you and really recommend that you stay out of trouble anywhere you go. My name is Okiria Agbonsuremi.
This is the cool view. What do I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner.
And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmer's market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year, though, we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
Thank you so much. And there is your $100. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now.
I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am.
This is supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball.
I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down have unanimously agreed that we will not sell the land. I don't think that people should be so fearful all the time about change. I think that there's opportunity all the time for change to be good. And that's why you have children. That's why you raise people to be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Ebola death toll rises in DR Congo with more than 500 suspected cases reported. 3 killed in San Diego mosque shooting. Police describe it as a suspected hate crime. And Iran reiterates latest peace proposal with the U.S. to include reparations and troops withdrawal. Hello there, thanks for joining us. This is the World News on AIT. I'm Hadiza Audu, welcome. At least 131 deaths have been reported in an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with more than 513 cases suspected. A spokesman for the DR Congo government said cases were now being reported over a wider area. There are also 2 confirmed cases and 1 death in Uganda, says the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC.
Health officials say the virus linked to the Bundibugyo strain is spreading to new areas, raising fears of a wider regional crisis. Cases have now been identified in multiple locations, including Ituri province, North Kivu, and the city of Goma. There are also confirmed cases in neighboring Uganda signaling cross-border transmission. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, though it has not yet reached pandemic status. Meanwhile, an American doctor working in the region is among those infected and is expected to be evacuated for treatment. Authorities said response teams are intensifying contact tracing and surveillance, while urging the public to remain calm. Despite reassurances, concerns persist that the outbreak could grow significantly if not contained quickly.
International health experts are meeting under the leadership of the World Health Organization, WHO, to explore possible vaccine options in response to a fast-spreading Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo.
The outbreak linked to the Bundibugyo strain of virus has already claimed more than 130 lives, with hundreds of suspected cases recorded. Unlike other strains, there are currently no approved vaccines or treatments specifically designed for Bundibugyo. However, experts are considering whether existing vaccines, including those developed for Zaire strain, could offer partial protection. Africa's CDC officials say the meeting will focus on available scientific evidence and determine most effective response strategy. The outbreak has already been declared a public health emergency, raising concerns about further spread within the region. Health authorities say urgent decisions are needed to contain the virus and prevent a wider crisis.
Let's now take you to Iran, where it has outlined fresh terms for ending hostilities with the United States, calling for reparations over war damage, the withdrawal of U.S. troops from areas near its borders, and an end to what it describes as a military blockade.
Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Garibabadi says the proposal also demands the lifting of sanctions and the release of frozen Iranian funds. State media reports indicate the terms remain largely unchanged from earlier proposals rejected by the U.S. President Donald Trump, who previously dismissed them as unacceptable. However, Trump now says there is a very good chance of reaching a deal that could limit Iran's nuclear program and prevent further escalation. He also confirmed pausing planned military strikes following renewed diplomatic signals from Tehran. Regional leaders, including those of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, have urged restraints, expressing optimism that negotiations could yield a broader agreement. With global oil supply routes like the Strait of Hormuz at stake, pressure is mounting on both sides to reach a resolution and avert further conflicts.
Meanwhile, explosions were heard in Iran's Qashem Island on Tuesday due to the neutralization of Unexploded enemy ammunition, according to the semi-official Tasnim news agency, which cited a local official. Earlier, Mer news agency reported the sound of explosions and said the cause was unknown. The incidents come after U.S. President Donald Trump said on Monday he had paused a planned resumption of attacks on Iran following Tehran's new peace proposal to Washington. Trump added that there is now a very good chance of reaching a deal limiting Iran's nuclear program. Chinese President Xi Jinping is said to host Russian President Vladimir Putin in Beijing as China seeks to project itself as a stable global power amid rising geopolitical tensions. The visit, described by both countries as a sign of their all-weather partnership, comes just days after a high-profile visit by former U.S. President and that's U.S. President Donald Trump. China continues to position itself as a neutral party in the Ukraine conflict, even as it deepens economic and energy ties with Russia. Putin says both nations remain committed to supporting each other's core interests, particularly in the face of Western sanctions. Analysts say the meeting sends a strong signal that attempts to weaken China-Russia relations and are unlikely to succeed. With global conflicts and trade tensions mounting, Beijing is keen to reinforce its image as a pillar of stability on the world stage. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has warned that any United States military action against Cuba would trigger what he described as bloodbath with severe consequences for regional stability. The warning follows reports that Cuba had allegedly acquired hundreds of military drones and discussed potential strikes on U.S. targets. Claimed Havana has strongly denied. Cuban authorities accuse Washington of fabricating threats to justify possible intervention. On the streets of Havana, residents expressed defiance, saying the country would resist any aggression despite ongoing economic hardship. Tensions between both nations have escalated in recent weeks, fueled by sanctions, energy shortages, and legal moves targeting former Cuban leaders. Cuba's foreign minister insists the country has a right to self-defense under international law. Observers say the situation marks a significant rise in geopolitical tension between the longtime adversaries. Hungary's Prime Minister Peter Magyar has begun his first official foreign visit to Poland, signaling a possible reset in relations between the European Union. Magyar's visit comes after his recent electoral victory, which marked a shift away from the nationalist leadership of his predecessor, Viktor Orban.
Hungary's Prime Minister Peter Magyar has begun his first official foreign visit to Poland, signaling a possible reset in relations within the European Union. Magyar's visit comes after his recent electoral victory, which marked a shift away from the nationalist leadership of his predecessor, Viktor Orban. Magyar is expected to meet Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, whose pro-European policies have helped restore ties between Warsaw and Brussels. Relations between Hungary and Poland had deteriorated in recent years, particularly over different positions on Ukraine and Russia. Officials say the visit aims to rebuild cooperation and strengthen dialogue on key European issues. Energy security is also high on the agenda, with discussions expected around reducing dependence on Russian supplies. Observers say the trip reflects Hungary's renewed efforts to align more closely with mainstream European policies. Hungary's renewed efforts to align more closely with mainstream European policies.
3 people have been killed in a shooting at a mosque in San Diego, California, in what police describe as a suspected hate crime. The attack was carried out by 2 teenagers who later died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Authorities say the suspects opened fire outside the Islamic Center before fleeing the scene. Among the victims was security guard who officially say acted heroically, preventing further casualties. Police had earlier received reports that one of the suspects had left home with firearms, prompting a search before the attack occurred. Investigators believe the motive may be linked to extremist views, citing writings containing hate speech. The incident has raised fresh concerns about gun violence and hate-related crimes in the United States. Spanish police have arrested a 25-year-old man suspected of killing his parents and injuring 4 others in a shooting incident in southern Spain. The attack occurred overnight in the city of El Gido, with victims, including the suspect's own child, among those seriously injured. Authorities say the injured have been hospitalized and are receiving treatment. Police are investigating the motive, with early indications pointing to domestic violence. Officials also confirmed the suspect did not possess a valid firearm license. Shootings remain relatively rare in Spain due to strict gun control laws. Investigators are continuing efforts to determine how the suspect obtained the weapon and what led to the attack. You're watching the World News on AIT. More stories after this break. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, on live.
Years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader, he promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Hello again. The Tasmanian government has issued a formal apology over a decade-old scandal involving the unauthorized retention of human body parts. Investigations revealed that between 1966 and 1991, pathologists collected and transferred human remains from autopsies to a university museum without family consent. Some of the specimens were reportedly kept for research or display purposes. Families of the deceased have described the revelation as deeply distressing. Speaking in Parliament, the state's health minister acknowledged the pain caused, describing the actions as unacceptable and insensitive. Officials say the practices ended decades ago, but their impact continues to affect families today. The apology is seen as a step toward accountability and healing for those affected by the scandal. An internationally backed recovery operation on Tuesday brought to the surface the bodies of 2 Italian divers who drowned in the Maldives' worst diving disaster, the government said. Spokesman Mohammed Hussein Sharif said the pair were among 5 who failed to return after they dived on Thursday at Vavu Otal, just south of the capital, Mali.
Government spokesman Mohammed Hussein Sharif said the 2 bodies were recovered from a cave at the depth of 60 meters and will now be transferred to Male. 2 final bodies are yet to be brought up from the same cave, with plans to attempt recovery on Wednesday. 1 body from the dive party was recovered on Thursday, while a Maldivian rescuer died due to decompression complications on Saturday. Italy initiated the international recovery efforts after the rescuer's death forced local authorities to suspend the search temporarily. Maldivian authorities have not yet named the Italian victims. The 4 bodies were located on Monday, 4 days after the group drowned in a deep water cave. Australia and Britain also provided assistance to the recovery effort. Italy's University of Genoa said the victims included a marine biology professor, her daughter, and 2 young researchers. Tourism is a key source of revenue for the Maldives, a nation of 1,192 coral islands and atolls spread across 800 kilometers of the Indian Ocean. Its beaches, clear waters, and coral reefs attract divers and snorkelers from around the world. Several fatalities have been reported in recent years, but diving and water sports-related accidents remain relatively rare.
Driven by gusts of wind, the fire reached 1,364 acres by Monday evening, according to CAL FIRE. The blaze tore through one home, but no casualties have been reported. Evacuations were ordered for parts of Simi Valley and neighboring Thousands Oaks, while several neighborhoods in northern Los Angeles were placed under evacuation warnings. Authorities said under an evacuation warning, residents are not required to leave immediately, but should be allowed and prepared to evacuate if conditions worsen. La Mayor Karen Bass said at a press conference that the wildfire is not expected to reach the city of Los Angeles at this time, although winds weakened as evening fell on Monday. CAL FIRE said temperatures, low afternoon humidity, and terrain-driven winds continue to challenge containment efforts. Spanish authorities have detained the son of Mango Fashion founder Ishak Andic as part of an ongoing investigation into his father's death. Jonathan Andic is being questioned by police in Catalonia, though officials have not disclosed further details. The elder Andic died in December 2024 after falling from a cliff near Barcelona during a hiking trip with family members. While the incident was initially considered an accident, investigators are now exploring other possibilities. The family has previously expressed confidence in Jonathan's innocence, despite reports suggesting a possible homicide investigation. Authorities say inquiries are ongoing as they seek to establish the exact circumstances surrounding the businessman's death. And the television interview that landed Nasser El-Rufai in trouble was for the first time played in an open court on Tuesday as his trial for alleged breach of national security assumed in Abuja. The federal government also presented a witness to back up the charge made against El-Rufai, with the witness confirming that their investigations proved the wiretapping actually happened, or tapping actually happened. It comes a day after he was granted bail, a bail he has yet to perfect. It is crunch time in the trial of politician Nasser El-Rufai's prosecution began flooding the courts with evidence to back up the charge that El-Rufai breached national security. Well, it's all contained in the video of his interview on Arise News, where El-Rufai reportedly claimed that the phone conversations of the NSA Nuhu Ribadu were being listened to. The government frames it as a major national security violation, but it has a burden of proving that El-Rufai alleged wiretapping claim actually happened. Also tampered and admitted as exhibits before the court were witness statements by the anchor of the Arise News program, Charles Anyagolu, and that of the activist lawyer Deji Adeyanju, as well as that of a chair or cameraman Ugochukwu Agalayan. Anyagolu, according to the statement, reportedly told investigators that El-Rufai openly admitted someone intercepted the chat. A preliminary investigation report was also admitted as an exhibit during cross-examination by defense counsel Paul Erokoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria. The witness made some admissions. He acknowledged investigators did not check the NSA's devices I will bring you details of that report in our subsequent bulletins. Coming up next is Sports Track. Stay with us.
The three-time African champions have been drawn in Group L, alongside Madagascar, Guinea-Bissau, and co-host Tanzania. Following CAF's official draw in Cairo, Egypt, Nigeria will be looking to continue their strong form after finishing third at the 2025 African Cup of Nations edition. The qualifiers were launched under the Pamoja 2027 campaign ahead of the historic tournament to be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Although Tanzania has already secured automatic qualification as co-host, they will still participate in the qualifying matches under CAF's regulation. The 2027 edition is expected to make history as the first African Cup of Nations tournament to be hosted by three countries together in East Africa. The defending champions Senegal are drawn in Group J alongside Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Sudan, while Morocco will play Gabon, Lesotho, and Niger Republic in Group A. Away from that, Enzo Maresca has reportedly agreed a 3-year contract to replace outgoing Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola at the Etihad at the end of the season. The speculations over Pep Guardiola's future intensified in recent weeks despite the Spaniard still having 1 year left in his current contract. Reports claim that Manchester City sponsors were informed that Guardiola will leave the Etihad after a highly successful and trophy-filled spell with the club. Transfer expert Fabrizio Romano confirmed that Maresca, who previously worked as Pep Guardiola's assistant, is set to take over as City manager. The Italian coach, who recently left Chelsea after guiding the club to UEFA Conference League and Club World Cup success, has long been viewed as Pep Guardiola's natural successor.
Thank you, Saibuvu. Well, it means Nigeria Super Eagles have been handed a favorable part in the qualifiers for the 2027 African Cup of Nations. Again, that was Osaibuvu Osifo reporting. And that's the world news on AIT. Many thanks for watching and for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Audu.
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament. Here we keep you abreast with happenings from the national and state houses of assembly. I am Oyedia Orom. Now let's begin from the Red Chamber, where the leader of the Senate, Okwemi Bamidele, cautioned the former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshomole, telling him that he should reduce the drama on the floor of the Senate. This was after the Senate disagreed over an amendment on its standing rule on eligibility to contest for the office of the Senate President. Let's bring you the details of how it happened on the floor of the Senate.
I believe the average age in this Senate must be over 40. And so we don't have excuse for youthful exuberance. So when we are making a law, we should accommodate divergent views. That way, what one person forgot, the other person will remember. The way we rush the rules, because certain people wanted certain things concluded, is what led to this error. That is just the point I want to make. That next time we should allow debate. That's it.
Well, point of order. But the unfortunate thing about that drama was that regardless of what was done in this hallowed chamber yesterday, what became the news out of this hallowed chamber was that unnecessary drama. And we are not going to allow this to continue. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. President, I'm rising on Order 52-6 on rules of debate. It simply says, Mr. President, that it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question upon which the Senate has come to a conclusion during the current session, except upon a substantive motion for decision. So, if His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Adams Aliyu Oshiomhole, CON, had any problem with the decisions that were taken with respect to the amendment 2 days ago, what he was expected to do was to bring a substantive motion for decision to be debated on the floor of this parliament. We cannot allow this kind of drama to go on every time on the floor of this Senate. We must put a stop to it. As the leader of this Senate, I had an issue with what was passed. We discussed it at the leadership level, and I was encouraged to bring a motion for decision, which we just considered. Senator Oshiomhole could have done that regarding any other aspect of this amendment if he had problem with it. This drama must stop because it's not helping us, it's not helping the image of this institution. This is the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Well, there you have it. Now it's time now to bring you other activities from the both chambers of the National Assembly, including the Senate and the House of Representatives, condemning the issues of killings of Nigerians in South Africa. Take a listen.
The Senate has strongly condemned the ongoing xenophobic attacks against Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa, describing the incident as barbaric, unlawful, and a betrayal of African unity.
So for them to take Nigerians like animals is not acceptable. The African Union, which South Africa is a member, should rise now and impose all necessary sanctions against South Africa. We are very angry. Nobody's happy. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs is in South Africa now. And the ministry invited the High Commissioner yesterday, and you have invited the High Commissioner. Let senators, not because of seeing them, within anything you say immediately, but not because people want to be seen in the television to speak about this thing. No. Let us quickly set up these committees and come back to the Senate.
The Senate condemns unequivocally and in the strongest terms the ongoing xenophobic attacks, persecution, intimidation, and acts of violence directed against Nigerians and other Africans in South Africa, describing such acts as barbaric, unacceptable, unlawful, morally reprehensible, and fundamentally inconsistent with the ideals of African brotherhood and international human rights. Those in support of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Over 118 Nigerians have been killed. Presently, about 1 Nigerian is killed weekly, while over 200 plus foreigners are killed, maimed with Nigerians.
The targeted attacks against Nigerian nationals is a demonstration of ingratitude, especially taking into cognizance the roles of Nigeria in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa.
To the South Africans, remember where our relationship started. To remember when we said no to the oppressions, when we stood firm with them when they were oppressed.
The House, among other resolutions, asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take urgent diplomatic steps to halt the killings and ensure the safety of Nigerians residing in South Africa.
Some lawmakers have condemned the recent amendment to the Senate standing orders, restricting eligibility for the office of the President of the Senate and other principal positions to ranking lawmakers of the 10th Senate who secure re-election into the 11th Senate in 2027, describing the move as self-serving and unconstitutional.
The other one that is extremely provocative is to say that even people who have been in the Senate before, who are even senior to the Senate president in terms of ranking, they don't 2 terms and they left. Either they were voted out, or they contested for executive position, or they were appointed as minister like himself. When they now come back, they are not considered as ranking. Here, if you want me to speculate, because I had the question about this other guy, is that he's looking at, for example, if the former deputy Senate president was to win election in Delta, Senator Mwangege, because he is not in this session, in the 10th Assembly, he will not be eligible. What is special about being in the 10th Assembly? David Mark. Then, even David Mark, if he was to be, even after all his previous, because he's not the 10th Assembly, he will not be eligible. What is special about the 10th Assembly? The Senate president became minority leader on his first day in office. On his first day, when they swore in, on his first term, when he got into the Senate, I think in the 9th or 8th Senate, right? He became a principal officer, minority leader. He's not the one presiding and asking us to change those rules such that even somebody who had done 1 term, particularly if you came to the court, you can't even be. Number 2, as we speak today, the Senate president has not done 8 years in office. Even if you count the previous one plus the current one, it's not yet up to 8 years. So if we pass the rules that you must do 8 consecutive years before you can be Senate president, it means he has to lead by example by vacating. Because he's presiding without acquiring the appropriate qualification.
First, generally, this is self-serving, self-centered, from those who propose it and those who oppose it. You are living witnesses when we stood up on this floor and raised our concerns about the Electoral Act as presented before the Senate. Having worked in the Committee on Electoral Matters for almost 2 years, we raised serious concerns here about some provisions that are in the Electoral Act. In the name of party supremacy, people kept quiet. Now, because some people felt they have an ambition and going for, therefore, slightly their touch. This particular matter is not about Nigeria. This matter is about the Senate and the institution and those who want to aspire for leadership. This institution has a history that is institutionalized. In 2023, when we came here, this particular ranking was thrown under the bus. Why you could say a principal officer who is coming to the Senate for the first time, a senator who is coming to the Senate for the first time, the first week became a principal officer. the biggest of the committees were given to new senators. Now, at the end of the day, after 3.5 years, what have those senators performed as chairman of committees? Some could not even call meetings. Some, when they call meetings, they could not even preside. A lot of people make noise or it touches them. In this chamber, it is the work of you journalists to investigate. There are committees that are in place for 3.5 years. Their chairman did not call for one single meeting except when it is budget. So the entire scenario is being seen as personalized. And therefore, until we are ready to cure this malice, we'll continue to see it, because a lot of laws were passed tailored to particular group, tailored to particular party advantage, tailored to particular individuals. That is the order. That is the truth.
So however, what's the next move of
the next thing is that the Constitution and the Senate rules allow the Senate to regulate itself. As long as the regulation does not impugn to the Constitution, the Senate is allowed to do that.
The Constitution made it clear that it is the senators will be sworn in first before they can elect their presiding officer. So I'm glad that we have looked at that, and I'm also hopeful that we might also look at some other provisions that has already been amended.
So the bone of contention is order 5, which has to do with a senator that have served 2 consecutive terms. That was not talked about. What's your reaction?
That is why I'm saying that I'm glad that the Senate have started looking at it, and they will also look at that in due course. We're not done yet, and this is about the 3rd amendment of our rules that we're doing in this 10th Senate. This 10th Senate have removed the secret ballot to now say that it will be by open ballot, raise of hand, which is open ballot. So I'm sure that we'll still look at them. If the senators themselves come together and say, look, we don't want this, the Senate President himself is amenable to it.
Distinguished, one of your colleagues, Senator Ezenwa, have already granted an interview saying that what the Senate has done so far is self-serving and is unconstitutional.
But I'm granting an interview now, commending the Senate for rescinding the part of the amendment, which is Rule 2 and 3, which is not in conformity with Section 52 of 1999 Constitution. And I'm saying that the other ones, that the Senate will also look